guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance indicated the U.S. could resume strikes on Iran if a 60-day ceasefire ends without a peace deal. New details are emerging about the daring mask-clad pair who climbed the spire at Manhattan's Empire State Building.
First thought to be protesters before revealed to be lovebirds, Yvonne Birkus proposed to Angela Nicolau 1,400 feet in the air prior to their arrest by the NYPD. At the top, they had unfurled a banner that read, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." The Russian natives are both experienced skyscraper climbers and performance artists who were profiled in a 2024 Netflix documentary, Skywalkers, A Love Story. They've been scaling tall buildings together since 2016 without ropes or harnesses all over the world. The couple lives in New York City.
Earthquake survivors are confronting police looting in Venezuela.
Local media report that residents confronted police officers accused of looting valuables from the rubble of a collapsed building in LaGuardia. Witnesses say relatives of missing persons intervened after officers were allegedly seen searching through debris for a box containing cash. 4 officers were later detained following the incident. The broader disaster has left nearly 2,000 dead and tens of thousands displaced, while rescue teams continue urgent recovery operations and face mounting allegations of corruption and disorder in affected areas. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The July 4th weekend means fireworks, picnics, and patriotism. It also means some major discounts for shoppers.
Summer's just officially begun, but retailers are already looking ahead to fall, and you might get some big bargains on things that you will use between now and Labor Day at one of the many long holiday weekend sales. The website Dad Deals suggests you look for discounts on swimwear and other summer fashions, grills, and other outdoor gear. You may find lower prices on major appliances, too. Expert shoppers say to wait on tech, though, with better deals coming during the back-to-school sales, which will begin in a matter of weeks. I'm Daria Albinger.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A California man is going to jail for a year for the death of a Jewish demonstrator.
Earlier this year, Loé Abdel Fattah al-Naji pleaded guilty to felony involuntary manslaughter for the death of Paul Kessler. During dueling demonstrations in 2023, the two men got into a heated argument over Israel and Palestine. At one point, the suspect hit Kessler with a megaphone. That caused the 69-year-old to fall backwards and hit his head. He died a day later. Mark Mayfield.
Sweet corn season could be arriving a bit early this year in Iowa, thanks to summer heat pushing the crop ahead of its usual mid-July peak. Some favorite roadside stands say they could be open for the 4th.
A good Iowan knows the best sweet corn comes from the back of a pickup. When Instacart recently revealed which states buy corn on its grocery app, it wasn't Iowa topping the list. It was states from New England. Iowans buy corn on Instacart 37% less than the national average. The Northeast may have no idea what it's missing. I'm Sarah Walters.
Michael Byrne, the actor known for his work in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1, has died at the age of 82.
That's according to The Guardian, who says he passed away June 20th. Byrne amassed over 170 credits, including roles in the films Braveheart, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Tomorrow Never Dies, and several others. A cause of death has not yet been revealed. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 13 points, S&P 500 fell 16, NASDAQ lost 173. And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, one more time before we roll into the Independence Day weekend. Yeah, we got a show to do. So here we are, back in the secret bunker, ready to roll into a Thursday. We shall respectfully turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone. Second day of July. Good to have you with us. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Yet another night where we find ourselves smack in the middle of the heat dome over the eastern portions of the country, which means hazy conditions, a few clouds, but no rain to be found anywhere nearby. As the case has been, much of the week behind us here. All the storm activity around the periphery of that heat dome. That again is the case tonight. Some of those storms packing a punch. A line of thunderstorms rolling through the New England area. Vermont, New Hampshire, right down through central portions of Massachusetts. Pretty good line that's produced many severe thunderstorm warnings, straight line winds, torrential downpours. On over to the northern portions of lower Michigan. Some feisty thunderstorms in the mix there. Another decent line of showers, thunderstorms, some of them prompting severe thunderstorm warnings right through the heart of Wisconsin. Strong storms had just pushed through the Green Bay area. That line extends over toward Toma, Wisconsin, to La Crosse. Then on over into south central and southeast portions of Minnesota tonight. From there, we roll out to western portions of Kansas, where we do see some stronger storms in the mix there. Strong storms from, say, just north of Garden City, on up into the northwest corners from about Norton to Oberlin, Kansas tonight. Then one other cluster of thunderstorms in Texas. In the Texas Panhandle region. It's kind of bizarre when you put things in motion. In Texas, the storms moving from south to northeast. Meanwhile, some of the storms, we look over into southern Arkansas. I didn't mention that. We've got some storms rolling through Hot Springs and Pine Bluff. They're moving from southeast to northwest. Everything is moving clockwise around that big dome of high pressure. Meanwhile, the storms in Michigan and Wisconsin, pretty much moving from east to west, slightly northwest. Heat has been the word throughout the week and continues to dominate the headlines on into the Independence Day weekend here. As we take a look at our travelers' weather, highways and byways will be getting very busy here Thursday and Friday. Dangerous conditions continue to build for some 250 million people in the central and eastern portions of the country, with days of extreme temperatures, high humidity. The massive heat dome continues, bringing some of the hottest weather so far this year for many areas. In some cases, it's going to be the largest heat wave you've seen in years. New York City looking to experience the sixth worst heat wave in some 25 years, according to AccuWeather. Central Park reaching potentially 100 degrees for the first time in more than a decade. Actual high temperatures forecast to continue, ranging from 90 to 105 in many areas from the plains to the western slopes of the Appalachians, from the plains to the Atlantic and Gulf Coast, from now through Independence Day. Official temperatures this week running 10 to 20 degrees above the 30-year historical average for nearly 36 states. So near record or possibly some record energy use is the concern, especially now that the heat has really begun to build into the mid-Atlantic region, high populous areas where everybody's hitting the AC. This is going to be especially critical, they tell us, for the day ahead, Thursday. Some companies could see power cuts if the grid becomes unstable. These record warm nighttime temperatures occurring along with the record daytime highs. New York City, maybe 3 consecutive nights not even dropping below 80 degrees. That's pretty rare. Obviously, as we've been saying night after night, as the sun beats down on the pavement in the brick buildings, absorbing all that heat throughout the day, continuing to slowly release that heat at night, not allowing temperatures to cool toward the ground level. All right, without air conditioning, temperatures in many of the major cities, again, may not drop below 80 during the overnight hours. Heat domes, by their resilient nature, they tell us, are pretty tough to break down. High-pressure areas associated with them are a very stable atmospheric phenomenon. Now, changes in the jet stream pattern near and afar can maybe dismantle or shrink a heat dome. Forecasters expect the jet stream is going to shift just a bit starting late in the week and progressing through the weekend. The heat dome is going to first shrink from the north. As that occurs, showers, potentially violent thunderstorms, will continue developing along that ring of fire thunderstorms. Next week, a new heat bubble is expected to first develop over Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana before reforming and growing in size over the interior west this time. We'll see a substantial shift in the weather pattern. A dip in the jet stream should likely unfold in the east next week. So that brings lower temperatures to the east, but again, the heat beginning to build for folks out west. With these hot conditions as we head into the Independence Day weekend, many people are planning to spend numerous hours outdoors. There's so many festivities and celebrations and things of that nature. Some of these are being adjusted or even in some cases canceled. Here's what we've learned from AccuWeather this past day. The weather beginning to reshape outdoor events planned across parts of the country with the hottest weather in years for the America's 250th birthday and the World Cup. These are extremely dangerous conditions. And, of course, in New York City, they will affect every part of the city. Temperatures forecast to reach 100 degrees for the first time since July 18 of 2012. Heat index around 110 degrees. Communities are planning, already changing, or in some cases, as I mentioned, canceling plans, events. In Philadelphia, the Independence Day Parade was originally expected to be longer than usual this year. Organizers have now shortened it because of the high temperatures, according to 6ABC. A code red has also been declared, and the All-American Block Party that was planned for Friday has now been canceled, they tell us. Some towns across Pennsylvania are also canceling parades in the days ahead due to the dangerous conditions. The parade, one of our community's most beloved traditions, we share in the disappointment of its cancellation, especially as we celebrate America's 250th birthday. But with dangerous heat in the forecast and the safety of our families and those marching in the parade and our first responders, that comes first. That was from the municipal administrator in Norristown, Pennsylvania, where they've canceled the parade. In D.C., the Great American State Fair is continuing amid the heat. States having climate-controlled tents, providing visitors a place to maybe take a break from the heat. Electricity demand across the region is climbing as millions of people turn up the AC. Energy use could reach record levels, they're telling us. Utilities are taking extra steps to make sure power production can continue to meet demand. Further west, where we have the drought and elevated wildfire risk, forcing some communities also to cancel their Independence Day fireworks displays. From the fire chief in Cripple Creek, Colorado, he said, "Our priority is public safety and ensuring we can respond to active fires and other emergencies. It would not be responsible for us to proceed with a fireworks display under these circumstances." The city of Trinidad, Colorado, also canceled some of their water-themed activities in an effort to conserve water as the drought conditions worsen there. With the heat dome expected to persist right into the holiday weekend, forecasters recommend the typical things to do, reducing the risk of heat-related illness. Extreme heat significantly raises the risk of heat-related illnesses, particularly during outdoor activities. Stay well hydrated. Limit unnecessary exposure to high temperatures. The warning signs: watch for dizziness, nausea, rapid heartbeat, or intense thirst. These all indicate possibly heat-related illnesses. Obviously, plan your outdoor activities for the early morning or evening hours when it's less hot. Dress for the weather. Lightweight, light-colored, loose-fitting clothing is the recommendation from the experts there. It's summertime. It's a heat wave. Happens pretty much every summer. Around the country, 844-844-3388. But indeed, with the scope of this, the scope, the breadth, the amount of real estate being impacted by this particular heat dome, as we see extreme heat warnings, stretching from central Michigan on the northern side, eastern portions of Kansas, all the way to the Atlantic seaboard, then down into northern Alabama, northern Mississippi. That's a lot of people. More than 100,000 customers, they tell us, were without power nationwide this past afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, down from about 167,000 on Tuesday night. While that number's not unusually high for this time of year, concerns are the surging air conditioning demand and rounds of thunderstorms could quickly push outage numbers higher once again. The extreme heat and humidity are expected to bring near record or possibly record energy consumption to our mid-Atlantic power providers. 250 million people facing dangerous weather conditions. All right, this is especially critical, as I mentioned today. Some companies could see power cuts to try and stabilize the power grid. If it becomes unstable, the Department of Energy issues emergency orders for the Mid-Atlantic grid. There are 2 emergency orders this week aimed at reducing blackout risk in the Mid-Atlantic, where the intense heat is going to drive heavy electric demand. These sort of orders allow PJM interconnection to dispatch specified power units and authorize backup generation resources to operate as a last resort before or during the most serious level of grid emergencies. Those orders took effect late on the 30th and are expected to continue till the end of the day Friday. The Department of Energy and PJM had requested the emergency measures ahead of the forecast record-breaking peak loads. They also noted more than 35 gigawatts of unused backup generation remains available nationwide. Localized outages were already adding to the heat danger in some communities this past day. Macomb County, Michigan, near Detroit, some 4,000 customers with high temperatures reaching 99 degrees. Saratoga County, New York, near Albany. Some 2,400 customers without power. Temperatures climbing to a forecast high of 94. Obviously, outages during a heat wave can quickly become dangerous, especially for the older adults, young children, people with health conditions, and those who don't have access to a cooling center or shaded areas. So it could be interesting here on our Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive underway.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All righty, who we got checking in out of the box here? Looks like the Guardian of Chaos. Ready to roll. Good morning, 77 degrees. Clouds here in the former Constitution State. They're telling us back into the upper 90s for the day ahead. Everybody hydrate, stay safe. Jeffrey back with us here in southern Florida. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hey, shout out to young Colton. Good morning, Steve and the crew. Just wanted to let everybody know that the little man here got a job as a dishwasher. And a little weather update from the Home 20 here in Michigan. Yeah, some bad storms, not like tornadoes, but they got some nasty weather there. All right, you got to start somewhere, right? There you go. Congratulations, young Colton. Marianne in the house. Morning to all the overnight listening family. Have a blessed and safe 4th of July. Shout out to Pappy, Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. It is the eve of Friday. Of course, with Friday an off night for the Overnight Drive family. Happy 4th of July to all. Have a safe, happy holiday. All right, there you go. Yeah. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Yeah, 80 degrees at the midnight hour. I think we're about there again tonight as well. Yeah, when you step out the door, you can almost see the humidity. It just hits you like a brick. On down the line, who we got checking in here? Hello, Jerry. Morning, everybody. Hope everyone's surviving the heat wave. My grandson's racing all weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the quarter midgets. It's been a crazy couple of days so far, with Leland winning today. That puts him in the big money show Friday. All right, good luck there, Leland. Big thanks to Everin for keeping us stocked up with everything we need to survive. And a big thank you to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for this informative, inspiring overnight show. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for everything they do. Has there been an update on Ranger? That answer would be, I thought about him earlier. I know last time we spoke, he has to maintain a regular sleep schedule. He goes to bed about 9 in the evening, so every time I think about trying to give him a call, it's like it's too late. So I have to remember to ring him up maybe at sometime early morning or midday. All right, so if I do speak to him, I'll pass that information on. Hello, Timothy, top of the morning. Coffee up, my friends. Santa Claus, 72 degrees here in Elk Grove, California tonight. So Team USA moves to the next playoff level. But due to a bad call by the officials, one of our better players are going to have to sit out the next game. Uh-oh. Santa Claus out. News, a service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance indicated the U.S. could resume strikes on Iran if a 60-day ceasefire ends without a peace deal. President Trump is not expected to give the order unless necessary. Next steps are being left to Iran. The July 4th weekend means fireworks, picnics, and patriotism. It also means some major discounts for shoppers.
Summer's just officially begun, but retailers are already looking ahead to fall, and you might get some big bargains on things that you will use between now and Labor Day at one of the many long holiday weekend sales. The website Dad Deal suggests you look for discounts on swimwear and other summer fashions, grills, and other outdoor gear. You may find lower prices on major appliances, too. Expert shoppers say to wait on tech, though, with better deals coming during the back-to-school sales, which will begin in a matter of weeks. I'm Daria Albinger.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 13 points, S&P 500 fell 16, NASDAQ lost 173. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, got the phone lines up and running. Ready to roll here in a Thursday, 844-844-3388. How about it, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 75, clear skies at the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. I just walked in the door, got a sweet kiss from the hot blonde wife. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck resting in its parking spot. We've got 4 days off. I took a lot of vacation because I get a lot of vacation. Planning to hang out with the children and their families, eat some prime rib, and put a lot of those hard-earned dollars up into the nighttime sky Saturday. Yeah, that's money up in smoke, right? Boom. 100 here, 100 there. Looking at an epic 250th birthday celebration. Have a great 4th of July, everyone. Shout out to Mr. Gilligan from the Maple Leaf City tonight. There you go. Kevin's on board. Morning, Steve, in the overnight crew. Scrapyard, home 20, 4 p.m., 107 degrees this past afternoon. Wow. 107. It was a hot one. Jason, morning, Steve, passing through Champaign, Illinois with 80 degrees, clear skies, bright moon, dry roads. Sounds like good trucking weather, as long as the AC's working, right? Josh on board. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with a steamy 80 degrees. All right, we're putting the finishing touches on packing. Got the haircut to look good, right? Got Wildcat a nice pair of binoculars so she can spot whales and other wildlife. I'll probably use them too. Mine not quite as good as hers, but have a great night, a tremendous weekend celebrating 250. Everybody, be careful out there. Friday morning at 0800 hours, we will be headed north to Alaska. All right, so I guess we won't be chatting again between now and then, Buckeye Boy, so Safe travels. Well, yeah, we'll keep an eye on your, I don't know if you'll email, Facebook. He said he's going to be posting a lot of pictures. So, yeah, have a good time. Enjoy. And happy 250th anniversary to the U.S. of A. Too Tall checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Hope everybody's doing well. Have a safe night. Eskimo Mom, here we go. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Thirsty Thursday. I don't know. What day is it? All right, Friday and Independence Day to the entire Overnight Drive Nation. Right now, it's round 3 to Owensboro, another load of groceries. So AAA says 72 million or so going to be traveling. Watch for the amateurs who aren't familiar with the area. In addition, many places are going to be closed Friday. So if you get silly, and the po-po get called, just keep in mind the judge won't be in till Monday. You know what I mean? Or hazy, hot, and humid on a moonlit night, 82 degrees in Owensboro, Kentucky. Now, that's a point to bother. Yeah, don't do something stupid. You get in trouble on Friday, and all right, see you next week, buddy. World Cup, as Santa Claus mentioned. Malik Tillman's free kick goal in the 82nd minute, giving the shorthanded U.S. men's national team the insurance they craved to hold on for a 2-0 victory over Bosnia and Herzegovina in Santa Clara, California this past day. So they now advanced to the World Cup's round of 16, the United States earning its first knockout round victory since 2002. But it wasn't easy. Folarin Balogun scored in the 45th minute, got a red card in the 64th. Matt Freese made 3 saves for his second shutout of the tournament, which that was to the delight of the roaring crowd. So the U.S. will play Belgium in Seattle Monday. The Belgians pulled out a 3-2 winner over Senegal after extra time earlier on Wednesday. So I guess the red card, and that's what he's talking about, going to have him set out with that Belgium match. Okay, World Cup, round of 16, so they're moving on. A lot of folks say, how significant would it be for the USA team to be able to take it all the way on their home turf here in the United States? All right, we shall see. Heat wave, morning. Man, this is subjective. Well, I'm off tonight due to a 5-second infraction on my off-duty time that relegates me to another 10-hour break. This week has been a rough one for me, so I'm just going to pray next week's better. Hopefully I don't screw the pooch tomorrow. 5-second infraction? Okay. I guess that's the nature of the beast, right? I had almost forgot that here over the Independence Day weekend, I remember sharing this back when we were kind of getting ready for the ball to drop in Times Square for the new year, as we do every New Year's Eve. But there was additional ball drops slated for the 250th anniversary. Yes, for the first time in its 120-year history, the iconic ball will descend not on New Year's Eve, but on July 3rd into July 4th, marking America's 250th birthday. And apparently it's not dropping once. It'll be dropping 8 times, once for every U.S. time zone, starting 10 a.m. Eastern Time for Guam, then rolling all the way to American Samoa. Of course, the main moment New York City knows and loves is the midnight hour Eastern Time, right there in Times Square. This has never happened before, And they're saying it won't happen again for a 300th anniversary level milestone. Right now, what we know so far, public viewing details for the July 3rd drop haven't been confirmed yet. They're saying this is primarily just going to be like a broadcast sort of event. But One Times Square does have limited ticketed experiences planned for July 4th and 5th, including the Skywalk, they say. Of course, the regular New Year's Eve drop still happens every December 31st, as always. They're saying this is just going to be a one-time addition. Okay, if they get an update on public access, they said they'll share it. Now, I had that from like earlier this past day, but all right, the ball dropping. That's happy anniversary, USA. And I guarantee it's going to be red, white, and blue, correct? What's happening, Grump?
And blue. Yeah, not much. A 5-second infraction. Boy, I think I'd argue with that. They call that an incidental. If you get caught on a scale or something like that over your log or whatever, 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever it is. Iowa here gives you up to 15 minutes on your log to run over for whatever reason, and they won't write you a ticket or put you out of service or anything like that. They call it an incidental because as we know, these electronic logs are they've got a mind of their own a lot of times, and mine did an update one time that lasted 42 minutes, and I sat there waiting for the damn thing to come back on, and when it finally come back on, it kept me on the drive line all that time. So I was, half hour over, but they saw that it was doing an update. So they're like, well, ain't nothing we can do about it. I mean, it wasn't his fault. He's sitting there, the mileage and stuff didn't change. So, ain't the hell what you can do about it. And I said, nope, not much, just pulled off. And, when it went off, I thought, well, hell, what's going on with it? But they look at it like it's an incidental. So, 250 years, man, I'll tell you what, it's, I had a guy, he was talking today about it. He said, this is a once in a lifetime. I said, dude, 249 years is once in a freaking lifetime.
Well, that's true.
Every damn anniversary is once in a lifetime. I mean, it's not like it's, it's a milestone. It damn sure is, that we've hit 250 years and we've done it without any help from anybody. We've cured our own ailments and like I said, it hadn't been without a lot of growing pains, a lot of warts and a lot of this and that, but we know what, where we're at and where we're headed. It's just a damn shame that the liberals don't. I got to thinking about that today, Steve, and when you think back on elections and stuff like that, 1994 was probably one of the most important elections we ever had, when Newt Gingrich, came in with 104th Congress. You realize we picked up 52 seats in that election? The Republicans did.
Wow.
And they did so because they had a message. They had the contract with America, and they explained every damn bit of it. And the funny part about this whole thing is they picked up 52 seats. Yes, they did. But they got rid of some incumbents that had been in the Democrat Party for 21, 22, 23-year terms, just lifers that had been in there. And they flipped their seats. And I listened to somebody talking about that crap, and they would, oh my God, yeah, but they redistrict after the 1990 census. They redistrict, so they picked up a lot of seats there. They picked up 13, you dumbass. They constantly try to inflate things like it wasn't something special for the Republican Party, and it was. They come in with Gingrich was. He was one hell of a speaker, a Speaker of the House, but he could communicate with people and he got stuff done. And I don't know, man. Like I said, they had a message. What's the message today that you hear coming out of the Republican Party? There isn't a hell of a lot there. It's the other surprising thing is that the people that put the Republicans on top and put them as the majority in the House after 40 years of Democrat rule, and it was 40 years that the Democrats ruled the roost in the House of Representatives. and they finally got knocked down. But those people that put them in there, their kids today is the ones that are talking all the socialism. How in the hell did that apple fall that far from the freaking tree? People that voted for a new beginning after they seen that the Democrat Party was running everything into the ground back in 1994. And, today their kids are going, well, hell, let's have socialism. I've never seen a group in my life that wants the easy way out. And that's the only damn explanation that I can think of, is that somebody has told them or convinced them wherever that, these millionaires and billionaires and business owners and people like that own homes and everything else that's worked their ass off did it on their backs. How in the hell did that happen? I still today just can't wrap my mind around, the thought process behind all this socialism garbage. And, it's this Mamdani, he ain't nothing but a fool. He's a shyster, he's a snake oil salesman, and, he got a big old grin on his face and talks pretty, just like, that one Barack Obama that come on, that's what got him elected, was the simple fact that, he was, he could speak, he could sit there and he could, throw it out there with the best of them, but he had a convincing way about him. That's the only damn reason. Even when the country was in the gutter, and every damn thing else that was happening with this, people losing their health care and their doctors and every damn thing else, this fool got reelected because of his mouth, because of, he was just a little bit more convincing, than what the Republicans could put up there with Mitt Romney. And, I don't know, man, I tell you, it's, we kind of look at it and we go, where in the hell are we going to be at 10 years from now? I can tell you what I think is going to happen. I'll be an old coot and probably, sitting in a rocking chair somewhere. What's going to happen 10 years from now is probably, we're going to have another changing of the guard, but it's not going to be toward the socialism. People.
You think they're going to wake up? You think they're going to wake up and try to come back to reality?
I don't think they have any choice. I really don't. When you look at how Social Security's being threatened and everything else, the livelihoods of people that has worked their entire lives to own a home and to put forth a business and everything else. What these idiots are not telling the people is that we need billionaires and millionaires and billionaires. We need them because they're the ones that have, they're the ones that are at risk. They're the ones that put up the capital to have businesses, things like that. It wasn't government. Government's never taken a risk in its damn life. It's so easy for government to say, we need more money, so let's tax people more. All right, boom, we got more money. But when you got a business owner, you're looking at profit loss statements and every damn thing else, and you're going, how in the hell can I overcome a loss that that was last month, without laying people off and doing this and doing that. A lot of it is, getting out and pounding the concrete and getting more contracts and just making yourself known and putting a little trust in your own abilities. But that's not what's happening with these basement dwelling dumbasses with the purple hair and all the rest of it. They never had to stand up on their own. The best thing that could happen to these kids that are doing all this crap is for mom and dad to open the door and kick their ass just as far as they can out that door and say, get out here and earn a living without any kind of government help or anything else. Find a job. Put some skin in the damn game. When you got skin in the game, you got money in your pocket. Learn a trade. It doesn't have to be, being a YouTuber or some crap like that, like all these morons think that's where all the cash is at. It's not. It's your own abilities and your own skills. I could have done a lot of different things, but I like driving a truck. I own my own business. I do what I want to do. And it's a good damn feeling to see that at the end of the week or end of the month or end of the year, I got money in the bank because I earned it. And I'm not going to give it up just like that because some shyster, these damn socialists, and they sit around there talking about, well, I'm a democratic socialist. All right, you put democratic on that. You just put that little pinch of sugar that's called democratic on that pile of crap you want to spoon feed the rest of us. It's still socialism. And the fact is I don't think these guys even know what the hell socialism is. They're looking more like, I want to be a communist because that's the way it is. Let's give everything to the government and let them decide the winners and the losers, of it, because that's the easy road out. It's easy as hell until you go broke, until the government spends everybody's money. The businesses are out of business. You got a laundry basket full of dollar bills going to get you a loaf of bread. That's what happens when government takes over every damn thing. And all they got to do is stroll down to Venezuela and see what happened down there, or Cuba, or any of the rest of these damn places. But they're too stupid to do that. They got this warped message that fairness, it's going to be fair for everybody. Are you really that freaking stupid? It's going to be fair for who? It's not going to be fair for the business owner. It's not going to be fair for the people that's worked their ass off their entire life and put money in the businesses and money in other people's pockets. They're the ones that hired people. It just always just cracks me up when they say, well, you wouldn't have a business like Barack Obama. You didn't do that. Somebody else made that happen. That person that made that happen got a damn paycheck, didn't he? My God, it's just, I don't know where it's going to end out here, but if the Republicans don't get off their butts and get a message out here, and fall in line, and that's the Rand Pauls and the independents and everybody else. And they even got, one pretty damn decent Democrat, I think, John Fetterman. I thought when he first started on, I thought, who in the hell is this whack job? But the more you listen to this guy, the more you think, well, he's a middle of the road Democrat that, that believes in fairness and, everything else and capitalism and the whole 9 yards. But that's something that's missing in most of the Democrats. That's what's the Democrats are doing is whatever's popular in the moment. That's how they fall in line. They just keep pacifying these damn socialists and, putting them up there like they're what's going to take over this country. They're not. People will get a good look at what's happening here, like that moron out in Colorado that's running, that wants to abolish ICE, abolish all the prisons and every damn thing else. What happens when we abolish prisons? All right, you better believe in the Second Amendment because by God, you're going to need it. Mm-hmm. And that's a fact. So it's, I don't know. I think we'd see when ICE is gone and law enforcement's limited and they're getting counselors in there to try to talk these criminals, into behaving themselves until the criminals, shoot one of them or rapes them or something, and then they're going to be going, well, hell, where's the real cops at? Well, you cut the budget and they're gone. You got to deal with what you got to deal with, or you can call some good old boy in here with a damn pistol to shoot that fool. It just depends on you. It's amazing that the thought process that these people are going through, and it's all bad, but I'm hoping that the Democrat Party will look at it and go, we're going to lose our butts and lose them big if and I hope they do anyway, but you know what I'm saying? It's their own fault. They're letting these loud mouths run the damn party right now. And last night we talked about, the Supreme Court decision on birthright citizenship. There's 4 bills that are being created right now to put an end to birthright citizenship, and these tourist birthrights, tourism, and all the rest of this crap that has plagued our immigration system and our citizenship. How they devalued being an American citizen just by the garbage that the Democrats have allowed to. It ain't just them; it's also Republicans. They've allowed that to fester. They could have corrected this years ago and codified it, in law that you couldn't have drop babies. You couldn't, people couldn't just be on tourist, visas, go over here and have a baby, and this kind of stuff. They could have done that. So, Rand Paul's got one circulating, and there's a couple others that's got them circulating right now, and maybe we'll get some play on that. But you still got the Democrats, Steve, that are sitting there going, listen to one today, and he said, as soon as we take over, we're gonna pack the court. If I was Trump tomorrow, I would announce that I'm putting 5 new justices in the Supreme Court, and listen to them squall about it. I'd find the most conservative bulldogs I could freaking find that was true constitutionalists, and I'd say we're going to pack the court. Look, we're going to go ahead and get this done since you want to do it. So let's go ahead and get it done. So And just listen to the damn Democrats raise hell and cry about it. That's exactly what they'd be doing. You can't do that. That's just cheating, and every damn thing else. You're going, well, what are you going to do? Do you still want to bust up the filibuster, or do you want to pass some damn good legislation and that benefits this country, like the SAVE Act and like a couple other things that we need to have? Or do you want to pack the court because we'll start right now, this very instant? That's just my view on it. But anyway,
I think one of the plan Bs they're talking about, right now is maybe one step at a time. First of all, stop all the birth tourism. Hold the thought. We got to take care of a news break. A service of industrial injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind? Losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were in Qatar for Iran peace talks, meeting with Pakistani and Qatari mediators instead of Iranian officials. Iran maintained a hands-off approach and refused direct negotiations. A new report says 3 ransom notes in the Nancy Guthrie case are fake.
An FBI source told Reuters on Tuesday that after assessing the authenticity of the notes, they determined that none of them are genuine. 2 ransom notes were reported in early February, just days after the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie disappeared from her southern Arizona home. The first one demanded millions in cryptocurrency, and the second claimed that she had died. The FBI reportedly concluded that whoever wrote the notes did not know Guthrie's whereabouts. It said a third note sent late last month through TMZ was also fake. In Phoenix, I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump announced he will gather Republicans in Texas for a midterm convention as the party works to maintain control of Congress.
Scheduled for September 9th and 10th in Dallas, the event's described in his Truth Social post as a truly historic event. Trump said he expects Republicans to celebrate what he calls the Great American Comeback, highlighting tax cuts, border security, and lower cost of living. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A DSA candidate wins a primary, and that sparks an immigration debate.
A Democratic Socialist of America-backed candidate in Colorado, Malat Quiros, has won a congressional primary in a long-held Democratic district, drawing national attention for her progressive platform. Quiros has called for an immediate pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants and supports expanding access to immigration and social policy reforms. Supporters say her victory reflects a growing demand for change within the Democratic Party, while critics argue her positions represent a sharp shift towards more left-leaning policies. The race highlights ongoing divisions over immigration, health care, and the direction of the party heading into the general election. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill is warning about extreme heat coming to the Garden State.
Governor Sherrill says the heat is not just uncomfortable, but severely dangerous.
It's the hottest stretch we've seen in over 14 years, and it's the extreme heat's the number one weather-related killer in America. More than hurricanes, more than floods, more than extreme cold combined.
She is urging people in New Jersey to stay indoors and check in on their neighbors. Sherrill also said the state is working with local towns and counties to coordinate cooling centers across New Jersey. I'm Lizzie Radeby.
The Trump administration is suing to block California's new ban on the retail sale of Glock-style pistols.
The lawsuit was filed today in Los Angeles. With the lawsuit, the federal government is also looking to prevent the enforcement of the state's handgun roster. The list limits the number of legal guns that people are allowed to purchase. The U.S. Department of Justice says both rules are unlawful under the Second Amendment. The U.S. Supreme Court recently reaffirmed the Second and 14th Amendments protect the right to carry handguns outside of the home for self-defense. It also ruled states cannot prevent citizens from using commonly used guns for that purpose. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A 31-year-old woman survived a 1,500-foot fall on Mount Shasta on Sunday while climbing steep icy terrain. The Forest Service says rangers and a CHP helicopter responded around noon. She suffered a possible broken ankle and other injuries, but otherwise in good spirits. Wall Street closed with stocks lower. At the closing bell, the Dow lost 13 points, S&P 500 fell 16, NASDAQ dropped 173. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers. And we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Closing out a hump day from time zone to time zone. Day number 1 in the month of July in the books. As the countdown is on 2 days, Independence Day. AAA says, pack your patience. You're going to be traveling. Things going to really start getting busy later today. All right, and especially Friday. According to the American Pyrotechnics Association, they're saying this is going to be a blockbuster year for the fireworks industry. I'm looking at several posts they had made this past day. It actually made Forbes magazine. Again, the quote, it's going to be a blockbuster year for the fireworks industry, according to the APA executive director. Consumer fireworks revenue projected to hit a record high this year, driven by America's 250th anniversary, a Saturday holiday, and a surge in first-time buyers. Executive Director Julie Heckman tells Forbes, America 250, fueling a surge in both the consumer side and, of course, the professional aerial display side. Obviously, Washington, D.C., going to be hosting the largest fireworks show, not only in its history, but in history, according to, supposed to be going in the Guinness Book of World Records. Some 860,000 shots to be fired there in the D.C. display. And one thing I did notice, and I'm a pretty regular consumer fireworks buyer on Independence Day, some years spending more than others, but prices have not really changed dramatically year over year. There were concerns. Remember all the tariff talk? When tariffs hit, like 145% about a year ago, what happened was, according to the American Pyrotechnics Association, U.S. companies told their China suppliers just hold those shipments, hold them there, and we'll wait. Well, the product held, then it shipped. And this year, consumers really didn't see much of any, barely felt it at the register. Heckman says tariffs really have not had a major impact on the cost of fireworks. All right, so looking forward to that. We left off talking the Supreme Court rulings, and the birthright citizenship was the big one. That dropped here day before yesterday. Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee this past day says Congress must pass legislation to end this birth tourism following the Supreme Court ruling on the 14th Amendment. He said he's already proposed legislation that he believes would do just that. I predicted the Supreme Court ruling wouldn't go our way. He said, we had this legislation ready to go. Ogles said many people from China come to the U.S. territory of Guam to give birth so their child can become an American citizen. You literally have someone whose child is a Communist Party member who would be eligible to run for the President of the United States of America. Think about that. I promise you, our founding fathers never contemplated someone from a nation who hated us would be president of this country. The Tennessee congressman said, in order for the law to be enacted, Congress needs to do their freaking job. Get back to D.C. We're going to stay late. We're going to work weekends. No more vacations. Oh, boy. And by the way, John Thune in the United States Senate, that includes you, he says. You have a mandate from the American people. Over 80% of Americans want the Save America Act. You have no excuse not to do it. You shouldn't get another break. You shouldn't get to go home early. No more vacations. We've got a job to do. It's our 250th anniversary. The best present we can give the American people is do our jobs. That means ending birth tourism, ending this whole idea of anchor babies, and quite frankly, the Senate needs to be along for this. Will they do their job? That's 80% of the American people support ending this birth tourism thing.
I'd like to say yes, they'll do their job, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. Rand Paul's got a pretty good bill out there right now, and it's not just the birth tourism. They need to do something on immigration, period, and reimpose the Public Charge Act. And all these damn immigrants that come over here and they rely off of SSI, or they rely off of welfare or rent assistance or something, to make it. That was what the design was of the Public Charge Act. And our Justice Blackmun, he, clearly in the Supreme Court back in, I think it was 1952, said, if you're an immigrant here under, and you fall under the Public Charge Act, you go home. That's just what that was the law of the land. Trump started it back in, during his first term. And, of course, the federal judges had to step up there and try to block everything, and that's something else that they're going to have to start reining in. I had a guy today arguing with me. He said, well, Trump can replace Roberts. All he's got to do is just put somebody. I said, no, he can't. He doesn't have to. He does not have the authority to replace anyone on the Supreme Court. Not one damn person can. Congress does. And Roberts would have to be impeached as the Chief Justice, and he would have to be some kind of high crimes and misdemeanors. Bad calls don't fall under that. You get some of these dingbats that just, Steve, they just want to argue about something. They just think that the president of the United States, that's why we have 3 co-equal branches of government. They all have to work together to get stuff done. And this is just not what's happening right now. And I don't think for the life of me that they're going to get in the remaining term of Trump anything under the Save Act or anything else, because you're right. Thune has to get off his butt and act like a freaking leader. We've had that feckless fool of Mitch McConnell in there for how many, 18 years or 16 years, something like that. He was the majority leader, and that clown. Every time we'd lose the damn Senate, next time we'd pick it back up. Well, I guess who they put back in there? The only thing he did right was that I think was making sure that what the hell was that guy's name? Chief or the damn it, when they blocked his nomination for I can't remember his damn name now. I mean, he just means that much to me, but anyway, he blocked the nomination and wouldn't put it up for a vote, an up or down vote, and at the time I thought, that's they'd be crying foul if that happened to the Republicans, but it did happen to them, and it probably wouldn't have went like that if Harry Reid hadn't blew up the filibuster over judicial nominees. But he's the one that said, hey, let's just do it on a simple majority. Let's get rid of the Republicans altogether on this, and we'll just get our people in there. Well, it worked. They got rid of the Republicans, but then the Republicans got them back. So I'm just a firm believer that both parties need to have some skin in the game, and they got to have somebody that's willing to work with the other party to get that done and look at what's best for this country, not what's best for their damn party. I'm just tired of this political gamesmanship back and forth and saying, the party has to do this, the party has to do that. It's ridiculous. Number one, that this has come to this in this country. But when a party's more important than people, and the country, the survival of this country, if they stopped and they thought about it for just a second, you wouldn't see these idiots like Mamdani and the rest of these fools that are claiming to be these so-called democratic socialists running in any election because they wouldn't get no backing. Mm-hmm. But who in the hell's financing? That's what they're financing them right now. They're, pouring money in their campaigns. For what reason? They're not going to go anywhere. And they was talking, well, AOC is going to be the best hope for 2028. I hope that goofy little hag runs, especially against somebody like Ted Cruz or like Vance, because they will tear her butt apart. She's never been involved in any kind of a public debate, not one. She didn't have to be. All she had to do was toe the line enough to get them morons to vote for her and put her in office. And she didn't win last time she did, because the Republicans didn't show up. She won by 73% of the vote. And that, when you look at that, that's a hell of a chunk of a vote. But Republicans didn't show up to vote for their people because they haven't put anybody up in New York. They just assume that, whoever they put up is going to lose. What they have for mayor, that what's his name, Silva, with that, walking around with that damn beret on and stuff like that. Really, is that the candidate? He might be a nice guy and might talk a mean fight, but they had to put somebody up there with some substance. Somebody like Rudy. How Rudy Giuliani won, but even today, Rudy Giuliani wouldn't win. Even the way he was talking, because New York has turned so damn far left right now that's all they think about. Is getting rid of ICE and getting rid of this and getting rid of that. And if it's Trump says let's do it, let's don't. It's ridiculous how the damn politics in this country's turned. But, hopefully one day everybody's going to take a deep breath and say, look, we just celebrated our 250th anniversary. A lot of states didn't show up because they're idiots. Number one, they're run by dumbasses. They didn't show up to the party. Why is that? Because they're idiots. Just flat idiots for not celebrating. They put so much politics on this. They don't look at it as a country. They look at it as a political statement by Donald Trump. It's not. It's a celebration of the fact that we have been an independent nation for 250 damn years.
Yep.
And it just reeks of stupidity on the parts of these damn Democrats and these leftists that just keep touting this crap that, nope, it's we're not going to give Trump a win on this. It's not about Trump, you dumb bastards. It's about this country, and that's something that you just can't pound in their damn head, Steve. But, I talked to a Muslim guy tonight, turban on, had a T-shirt on, had 250 years, and the first thing I saw on his arm was a Marine Corps, USMC. He kind of had it, hidden there, but he was a Muslim. And I said, you looking forward to the celebration? And he said, greatest country on earth, and he had an accent, but he was born here, but he's been around his family and stuff. We talked for a minute. Super nice guy. He was, loved Trump, big conservative. He just fell into that group that, I guess people stereotype people like that. And I'm probably one of them, but when you look at the turban and everything, it just reminds you too much of damn Iraq and places like that, where you've seen some, blood and guts and gore. But this, sometimes you just got to step back and look at it and say, hey, buddy, thanks for being who you are. He didn't tout anything crazy or anything like that. It's just, I've got Muslim friends today. I got a couple of Iranian friends that I just think the world of. And they absolutely love this country, and it's, good people. You can be different, and that's what the American dream was supposed to be about, was being different, just bringing your own brand, but being one thing in consideration, and that's American, be proud of this country. And it just, I don't know, the message has gotten lost with so many of these idiots that are coming up today, these kids that are, coming out of college with nothing in their damn brains except nothing on their mind except ruining a country that they couldn't live anywhere else but here and do the crap that they're doing. I think it's just time that, we go back to the neighborhood ass whoopings and stuff like that. When they start running their mouths, just reach over there and rap them one on the damn feet and say, hey, be thankful you're in a place, by God, that'll put up with your crap. And by the way, the place might, but I won't. That kind of thing. But
all right,
I don't know, buddy. We'll see what happens. But anyway, I hope you have a fantastic 4th of July, and look forward to giving a chat after it's all over.
There you go. Yeah, do our best to get it done. Yeah, this younger generation out there, protesting everything, Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, as we head into celebrating our Independence Day weekend, and kind of like Grump said at the onset of his call, 250 is a milestone, but every year, every Independence Day I've celebrated since my birth in this country, I thank God. It's like being born in the United States is kind of like winning the lottery. But so many people don't they take it for granted. You realize, you could have been born anywhere in the world. And many of those people born elsewhere, yes, they want to come here. Why is that? Because this is the greatest country. Yeah, there's no denying it. Be glad you were born in the United States, or if you've come to the United States through the proper channels and integrated to the American way, and you feel like, this is the greatest country. That's what it's all about. So many of them they just don't get it. They have no idea. All righty, let's say hello to Michael. Morning, good evening from Cadiz, Ohio. Offloading. Hopefully, 3 of the refineries around here are full and trying to get products out. My first delivery took 4 hours to offload because of trucks. Just went for my second delivery. That place had 32 crude oil trucks and only offloading 2 at a time as compared to 8 bays. So they sent me to the rail yard to deliver. And, they're close, but in a short bit, getting the train in. All right, it's been a long work day. We're 78 degrees, kind of foggy, humid down here. Hope everybody has a great holiday weekend. So the refineries are full? That's an odd one. Let's see. Hello to Beck, who says, where's Mitch McConnell? Taken to the hospital June 14. Didn't really hear a word about his condition. Some are saying he's brain dead or maybe dead. There was more information that did indeed come down this past day. Reports indicating Mitch McConnell was indeed found unconscious when first responders were dispatched to his home on June 14. This emergency dispatch recording obtained from D.C. Fire and EMS dispatch that captured the call at about 8:36 a.m., requesting an advanced life support response after Senator McConnell was reported unconscious. According to the dispatch, paramedics were sent to the senator's residence near Capitol Hill. In another audio clip posted by Townsend, a first responder is heard saying, CPR in progress. That clip also said the response to McConnell's home was for cardiac arrest. New audio several minutes after the initial call to dispatch EMS, Senator Mitch McConnell went into cardiac arrest. Kind of raises questions as to if Senator McConnell was conscious the day after hospitalization when he allegedly spoke to Leader Thune, she says. Townsend posted this past day via X that the report that she believed McConnell was still hospitalized due to his Capitol Hill police detail's presence outside of George Washington University Hospital. The Daily Beast said a McConnell representative gave the outlet a statement issued last week, which says Senator McConnell is still working closely with staff on Senate business and Kentucky matters as he continues his recovery. However, he will not be voting this week. According to the Lexington Herald-Ledger, Representative Andy Barr, the Republican from Kentucky, has supposedly swapped texts with McConnell. I mean, anybody can be responding via his text, an aide, a family member. But Barr said he's good. McConnell's office has not confirmed whether he's still in the hospital or not. So that's where the speculation off the rails. 84 years old, of course. Now, he's in his final months in the Senate, where he served since 1985. We've kind of witnessed his health deteriorating in recent years, multiple falls in 2025, and, of course, hospitalized again earlier this year. But you don't know, who's actually, been into the, the hospital room to see or chat with him. Anybody? All right, coming up, we'll get more of your calls. Plenty of room for you here as we roll into our final episode before Independence Day weekend. Shout out to Philip in Florida, I guess, getting his day started there. And Gilligan in the house. Are we rolling in the moonlight? Did get an update posted via Brother Rambler's Facebook page here a couple hours ago. I guess it was about an hour or so before showtime. It starts with, have some encouraging news to share, God's children. We'll give you the full update here coming up momentarily. We do have plenty of industry headlines to get to as we get the new day underway. There he is, Gilligan running or driving in the moonlight in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. 77 at this hour. All right, back momentarily. 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. Thursday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance indicated the U.S. could resume strikes on Iran if a 60-day ceasefire ends without a peace deal. President Trump is not expected to give the order unless necessary. Next steps are being left to Iran. The July 4th weekend means fireworks, picnics, and patriotism. It also means some major discounts for shoppers.
Summer's just officially begun, but retailers are already looking ahead to fall, and you might get some big bargains on things that you will use between now and Labor Day at one of the many long holiday weekend sales. The website Dad Deal suggests you look for discounts on swimwear and other summer fashions, grills, and other outdoor gear. You may find lower prices on major appliances, too. Expert shoppers say to wait on tech, though, with better deals coming during the back-to-school sales, which will begin in a matter of weeks. I'm Daria Albinger.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 13 points, S&P 500 fell 16, NASDAQ lost 173. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups Sommers today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, thank you much, and welcome back. Getting a new day underway. All right, promised update. Brother Rambler posted here several hours ago. Started with, I've got some encouraging news to share, God's children. Diana is awake, off the ventilator, no longer intubated or sedated. She's having some difficulty communicating, and that's both symptoms of the stroke she had, being in a coma for many days, and the tube they had down her throat. It's going to take time for her to heal. She has a long road to travel to get there. I know God has done the work and that healing has happened. It's just going to take time. They're moving her from, SCICU to MICU tonight. And they are going to begin the rehab process very soon. I want to thank you all for your prayers for my wife. This has been a very rough trial for her. All right, thank you all, and God bless. All right, good update, right? That's positive. Yeah, move in the right direction. Let's hope that trend continues. Yeah, because they've had ups and downs, moving forward, then setbacks, and you never know. But God is in control, as he says. Then there was this couple that climbed, what was it, the Empire State Building? Yeah, this past day. Yeah, kind of a stunt taking place where he actually proposed when all was said. But they were doing it, obviously, before a live nationwide audience because all the media had gone to it, live nonstop coverage at that time. My old boss, Daryl Parks, from many years ago, back in the day, shared some interesting tidbits. I didn't realize this all my years in radio. I mean, on the broadcast side, I'm not on the technical side, knowing the ins and outs of the transmitters and the towers and all that. He said, quite the stunt, but something ain't kosher in Gotham. Let me explain. Yeah, say you have a few beers and you find yourself wandering around, let's say the WLW AM tower in Mason, Ohio. And you think it's a good idea to touch it? You'll find out quickly that wasn't a good idea. You'll ground the tower, and 50,000 watts will make its way through your body. The good news is you'll electrocute yourself and die quickly. The bad news is you might explode and die, and people are going to have to pick up your body's fleshy parts and goo. Not good. Meanwhile, should you decide to climb, say, an FM tower, that's not good either. Think microwave oven. As you approach the antenna bays at the top, you'll feel something weird on the inside. That's what you'd feel if you put yourself into a microwave oven and turned the power on high. You'd cook yourself on the inside. And if you touch the bays, let's just say you'll be well done. So these two yesterday climbed the Empire State Building's broadcast tower with numerous FM and television stations that all switched to their backup transmission sites before they became crispy bacon. He kind of feels as though, how did they know, or why were they on their backup signals? So all those towers, and there's a bunch of them. Let me give you the rest of the story. With the two unauthorized climbers scaling to the top of the spire above the Empire State Building, causing the New York City FM and television stations that broadcast from antennas there to shift to auxiliary sites for about an hour. The shift, they say, followed building protocols as soon as the daredevils were reported. Heavily driven by the extreme RF present on the live tower, according to two familiar with the inner workings of the broadcast configuration at Empire. Speaking to Radio World, many New York City FMs maintain backup antennas atop the Condé Nast building at 4 Times Square. All said and done, the couple identified by multiple reports as 33-year-old Angela Nikula and 32-year-old Ivan Berkus, holding a pro-peace banner atop the spire, some 1,454 feet above the ground. Radio and television occupants returned to normal operation once the pair were off the spire. Obviously, footage from multiple television outlets showed the couple dangling from the former top mount master antenna that once serviced the analog signals of WNBC television and WNYW television. The couple had to make their way past the master antenna that 15 New York FM stations call home. While 3 others, WPLJ FM, WQHT FM, and WCBS FM, use the mini-master, which they also had to scale. They also had to pass the VHF high master antenna for WABC TV and WPIX television, plus the DTV master for WFUT television And WXTV TV, police received 911 calls concerning the climbers about the noon hour Wednesday. The banner they hung, which ultimately read, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." Yeah, not per se any sinister or terrorist sort of a message or anything like that. Just a message of peace. Wearing masks during the ascent. They were no harnesses, no parachutes, no ropes, just free climbing. Visitors to the observation deck were cleared as a safety precaution. After spending approximately half hour at the top, the couple moved onto the platform where they embraced. Berkus dropped to one knee and proposed to Nicola, who accepted. About 10 minutes later, they began their descent. Police from the NYPD Emergency Service had climbed up the spire to meet the two, placing them into custody just before 1 p.m. According, the NYPD is reviewing surveillance from the Empire State Building. The two appeared to access the spire from the 102nd floor hatch that is used for maintenance, possibly by breaking a lock. But they say these two are kind of known for their daredevil roof-topping climbs all around the world. They were actually profiled in a documentary in 2024 called Skywalkers, A Love Story, that's on Netflix. At this point, it looks like potential charges could include trespass and reckless endangerment, according to police sources that spoke to WCBS television. But were they aware of all the distinct possibilities of becoming crispy fried bacon? Or did they just assume that these would all go to backup power? And as Daryl's kind of questioning, did somebody give a tip to notify authorities, hey, we got to switch signals to backup power? There's two lives, two souls that would perish here in a matter of seconds. Things that make you go, you kind of wonder there. Let's see. Last time before Independence Day, Eagle checking in. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. You're not gonna be on the radio. What's today? You're not gonna be on the radio tomorrow.
Correct. Yeah, this is Thursday morning. I'll be off for my Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me forget you. You're right. Yeah, it is Thursday. Okay,
morning.
My fault.
Yep.
Wait a minute. You still got me mixed up. So you say you're not gonna be on tonight, then later on tomorrow night.
Well, no live Thursday night into Friday morning. That is correct.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Definitely. Glad I called in tonight because I was going to wait till tomorrow. But I thought you was on tomorrow night. But, I got a couple things to talk about then, before I get to the 4th of July. I was going to talk about that situation in New York. I told you, Steve, when I started driving trucks back in 1998, that was one of the things that I wanted to see when I went to New York City was the Twin Tower buildings that no longer stand. That got knocked down in 2001, but I got to see them. I never got a chance to go inside of them, but I stood in front of them. But I didn't have time to go inside the buildings that day. But I've always been fascinated by tall buildings, even though I'm scared of heights. And I always, the tower that these people climbed yesterday. What do they call it? What do they call that again? What is this tower called? In New York.
Well, it was the Empire State Building, the spire there, the spire.
Yeah, the Empire. Ain't that the same building that was inspired by the what the hell is that the movie that they made about the monkey that climbed to the top of that what was that movie
King
called?
Kong. King Kong, yes.
King Kong. Wasn't that about the
Yes.
Empire State Building? King Kong.
Correct. Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah. I remember watching that movie when I was a kid. Yeah, so I've always been fascinated with that building, the Empire State Building, because I remember watching King Kong when I was a kid, and then when I seen that today, I didn't get to see it live because I was driving. I didn't find out about it until later tonight, around 7:00 when I got to the truck stop and turned on the TikTok and seen the video. I was in shock. I didn't know it was live on TV. I definitely would have been watching it if I'd have known that. But yeah, it's amazing that they climbed all the way to the top of that thing with no safety harnesses or nothing. If one wrong step, then they would have been no net, no nothing. They would have been toast. Yeah, man. They climbed all the way to the top of that thing. That's amazing. And to do what they did, got married up there. He put a ring on her finger.
Right.
The whole deal. Yeah, it's amazing. Like I said, they got more. I got a lot of guts, but I don't think I could do that, Steve. That's one thing. If they had $1 million at the top of that thing, I don't know if I'd climb up there. If they had $1 million on the platform up there, that's a little bit too high for me. I love money, but not that damn much. But yeah, like I said, it was amazing that they did that. And I think it was more of an inside job. It had to be, Steve. There's no way they could have got from what they saying that. The observation that they have a door or something that they climbed up through. They supposed to have security up there at the observation. That somebody had to turn their back or something and know what was going on, and it's for them to climb all the way to the top, avoid security, and then like you said, they turned the power off. How did them two people know that there wouldn't be no power on that antenna? Because like you said, they would have got toasted.
Yep.
If it would have been hot, so they had to have told somebody to turn that power off or something, because both of them would have got killed if that thing would have been live. So, but yeah, like I say, it's some crazy people out there. I remember, one other thing before I move on to this other situation. Another thing that fascinated, because they built the towers, back in the late '60s, and when that one guy put a rope in between the buildings, a tightrope, and walked across. A guy from France, I forgot what his name was, but he walked across the towers, laid down on the rope, and did the whole deal. The police arrested him. So there's some crazy people out there somebody that would do these daredevil stunts. But like I said, they got arrested. Both of them were arrested by the police. I don't know if they still in jail or what's going to happen to them, but they both were arrested, so I don't know what kind of consequences they face. But they put on a show today. I know that. So, but it just goes to show, like they said, Steve, New York City, they already on high alert. Hopefully, nothing goes down. You remember for the last holiday that we had, we found out that they had thwarted a supposed terrorist attack. What was that on Memorial Day? Those idiots were supposed to fly drones into the crowd. No, that was on the Donald Trump's UFC. So hopefully, we don't have some idiots that's got something planned for July 4th. Because we still got a lot of bad people in the U.S. Hopefully, everything goes smooth on the 4th of July and nobody tries to throw a monkey wrench into things. Because, like I said, we got some bad people out here on the streets of America that shouldn't be here. But, things have been pretty quiet, so far. But anything can happen in the next couple of weeks with these type of people on the loose. Now, I wanted to say something about Venezuela right quick, Steve. The more, we're going back to what we was talking about last night. The more that I see these buildings that collapsed in Venezuela, it makes me hate communism and socialism. If you look at the way those buildings were constructed using cheap materials, they shouldn't have been constructed that high to begin with. knowing that they're on a fault line, a potential earthquake zone. They should have built those buildings better, or not even built them that high to begin with. But that's what happens when you have a government controlling everything. Socialism. They don't care about the people, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
They only care about money. And Maduro putting money in his pocket, and the hell with these people. And that's what these losers that in New York City and other major cities around the U.S. don't seem to understand about people like Mondami, that he doesn't care about American people. He only wants to address his agenda, which is radicalism in the Democratic Party. That's what these people are all about, Steve. This is not your normal Democratic Party, like I told you last.
All right, we got to get a quick time out anyway. We'll get the phones back up momentarily. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit x39driver.com.
Alrighty, back at it here. All right, Eagle, we lost connection on our end. We left off. You were talking about Mondami not really caring about his people there in New York.
I was wondering what happened. I was still raising hell about Mondami and they couldn't hear you. But yeah, like I said, Steve, people don't seem to realize what this guy is all about. He doesn't care about New York City. I still can't believe that this guy is still can't believe he is the mayor of the biggest city in the U.S. It's hard to believe that people could make that vital mistake like that. But they'll realize it in the coming months, Steve, that this guy is no good. And when they start seeing taking things for granted, things that they used to have, is going to start disappearing because he's going to make sure of it. They provide, like I said, bringing in his own people slowly but surely. That's what they want to do, is bring in their people and change the rules and laws to where they come from. And the people are going to be very disappointed when they wake up one day and find out that they put a man like that in that seat. But yeah, Steve, like I said, I'm looking forward to the 4th of July. I'm headed back to Texas right now. I probably won't get there until Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, but I'll definitely be there before it gets dark outside for the 4th of July. So I'm going to be watching Donald Trump's show They claim it's supposed to be the biggest fireworks show in the history of the U.S. So yeah, I definitely want to watch that and see what happens with that. Now, one thing I wanted to say, Steve, I told you this a couple of months ago when I found out about the airplane that Donald Trump, this new Air Force One, that Donald Trump, that I think they took it for a flight today. Me personally, Steve, I really don't like the fact that they got this plane from another country. I wish that it could have been, built in the U.S., made in the U.S., by Boeing and a U.S. plane, because we don't need handouts no way. U.S. is the richest country in the world. I wish that the Boeing, it was their fault. They take it too long, and Trump didn't want to wait. But I just wish that we could have built the plane ourselves. Because like I say, I love America, and I want everything to be. If I had it my way, Steve, everything in America would be made in this country, made by Americans and built by Americans. The hell with China and Mexico and all these other losers. I wish everything could be built in the USA to employ American people. So that's the only thing I hate, and because that was a beautiful plane. I love the colors on there. I don't particularly like these new colors that they got on this new plane, but
I think those were Trump's personal pick. Hey, we got to pause there. News update as we close out hour number 2. News, a service of Industrial Injection on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance indicated the U.S. could resume strikes on Iran if a 60-day ceasefire ends without a peace deal. New details are emerging about the daring mask-clad pair who climbed the spire at Manhattan's Empire State Building.
First thought to be protesters before revealed to be lovebirds, Yvonne Birkus proposed to Angela Nicolau 1,400 feet in the air prior to their arrest by the NYPD. At the top, they had unfurled a banner that read, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." The Russian natives are both experienced skyscraper climbers and performance artists who were profiled in a 2024 Netflix documentary, Skywalkers, A Love Story. They've been scaling tall buildings together since 2016 without ropes or harnesses all over the world. The couple lives in New York City.
Earthquake survivors are confronting police looting in Venezuela.
Local media report that residents confronted police officers accused of looting valuables from the rubble of a collapsed building in LaGuardia. Witnesses say relatives of missing persons intervened after officers were allegedly seen searching through debris for a box containing cash. 4 officers were later detained following the incident. The broader disaster has left nearly 2,000 dead and tens tens of thousands displaced, while rescue teams continue urgent recovery operations and face mounting allegations of corruption and disorder in affected areas. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The July 4th weekend means fireworks, picnics, and patriotism. It also means some major discounts for shoppers.
Summer's just officially begun, but retailers are already looking ahead to fall, and you might get some big bargains on things that you will use between now and Labor Day at one of the many long holiday weekend sales. The website Dad Deals suggests you look for discounts on swimwear and other summer fashions, grills, and other outdoor gear. You may find lower prices on major appliances, too. Expert shoppers say to wait on tech, though, with better deals coming during the back-to-school sales, which will begin in a matter of weeks. I'm Daria Albinger.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A California man is going to jail for a year for the death of a Jewish demonstrator.
Earlier this year, Loé Abdel Fattah al-Naji pleaded guilty to felony involuntary manslaughter for the death of Paul Kessler. During dueling demonstrations in 2023, the two men got into a heated argument over Israel and Palestine. At one point, the suspect hit Kessler with a megaphone. That caused the 69-year-old to fall backwards and hit his head. He died a day later. Mark Mayfield.
Sweet corn season could be arriving a bit early this year in Iowa, thanks to summer heat pushing the crop ahead of its usual mid-July peak. Some favorite roadside stands say they could be open for the 4th.
A good Iowan knows the best sweet corn comes from the back of a pickup. When Instacart recently revealed which states buy corn on its grocery app, it wasn't Iowa topping the list. It was states from New England. Iowans buy corn on Instacart 37% less than the national average. The Northeast may have no idea what it's missing. I'm Sarah Walters.
Michael Byrne, the actor known for his work in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1, has died at the age of 82.
That's according to The Guardian, who says he passed away June 20th. Byrne amassed over 170 credits, including roles in the films Braveheart, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Tomorrow Never Dies, and several others. A cause of death has not yet been revealed. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 13 points, S&P 500 fell 16, NASDAQ lost 173. And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
get another hour underway. July 2nd, 2026 comes our way. Ready to celebrate Independence Day weekend. Of course, we know the heat is on. The Trump administration taking emergency action to help prevent blackouts across mid-Atlantic states as the intense heat wave drives electric demand to near record levels. What do you say? Let's build some data centers. Yeah, we've been pointing that out time and time again. These data centers gobbling up. And it's not like they can just flip a switch, and stop using electricity. These data centers have to constantly maintain their cooling. It's not like shutting down an assembly line. Energy Secretary Chris Wright this past day issuing emergency orders directing the grid operator PJM interconnection to maximize available power generation, including dispatching additional power sources for fossil fuel-fired plants and, if necessary, activating backup generation sources that normally remain offline due to environmental restrictions. PJM warned the Energy Department, soaring temperatures could create emergency conditions threatening electric reliability and, of course, public safety. They're projecting electricity demand will indeed approach record levels Wednesday and Thursday. The forecast demand raises a significant risk of emergency conditions that could jeopardize electric reliability and public safety, according to the Senior Vice President for Operations there. So this allows PJM to tap additional generation from certain fossil fuel plants. Despite normal emission restrictions, it also authorizes the grid operator to direct power backup resources to operate as a last resort if indeed the supply becomes strained. National Weather Service has warned that several locations across the eastern U.S. could shatter all-time heat records this week, sending air conditioning surging, placing added stress on the grid. In a statement to The Hill, Wright said ensuring Americans have reliable electricity during the heat emergency is our top priority. The Energy Department is using every available tool, ensuring Americans in the Mid-Atlantic have continued access to affordable, reliable, secure energy to power and cool their homes. So PJM originally coordinated power transmission in just Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland. They now oversee the electric grid serving all or at least parts of 13 states, as well as the District of Columbia, so much of the East. These emergency orders, as the administration continues to emphasize expanding reliable domestic energy production, arguing that dispatchable power sources like coal and natural gas are critical to maintaining stability for the grid when we have periods like this, peak demand. PJM has also faced growing pressure in recent months as electricity demand has climbed, driven in part by the rapid expansion of energy-intensive data centers. Let's build more data centers. Where are you going to get the power? Here a few days ago, I think President Trump was talking about maybe adding, was it 10 nuclear power facilities? Building more nuclear power in this country to supplement the grid. I think I had saved that story over here somewhere. Meanwhile, well, if you're celebrating Independence Day in Sarasota, Florida, don't plan on lighting your own fireworks. An active countywide burn ban is in effect due to the ongoing dry conditions that have pushed the drought index above the threshold for dangerous fire conditions. The ban's been in place since April, but it prohibits all personal fireworks, including even sparklers, normally considered the safe and sane. Fire officials say sparklers can burn hotter than 1,200 degrees, making it easy to ignite dry grass, brush, and landscaping. The burn ban restricts outdoor fires, bonfires. Now, officials say firefighters will respond to reports of illegal fireworks, requiring residents to put them out. Also, urging people do not toss cigarette butts from your vehicle windows. They can quickly start a wildfire. The county is encouraging residents, celebrated one of the professionally permitted fireworks shows, including displays at Siesta Key Beach and Nathan Benderson Park there. So that's just one, I believe, of a number of Florida counties that has restrictions in place for Independence Day coming up here. What's going on, Florida?
Not much. How you doing?
Hi there, Philip.
Yeah, I'm back at it again today. I felt a little under the weather, so I couldn't make it yesterday. But before I start anything, I just want to, tell Rambler that was positive news we got from him today, and I pray for his family and everybody to get better. So that was a good thing.
Yes.
I got a little public announcement there for anybody that's coming down here, and you want to travel on a Florida toll road. So yesterday was the 1st of July, and there's some things that have changed, and that is the bill has gone up, Steve. So if you're coming down to Florida and you got to run on the roads that circle Orlando that are toll roads, the 417, 429, and the 408 that goes through the middle of Orlando, you're going to be paying more. If you're tolled by plate, you're going to be paying more. If you have the transponder, it's going to be a little bit less, but you're still going to be paying more on the bill. Have you guys had any encounters like that up there in Ohio, Steve?
I know there's a bunch of new laws that kicked in yesterday, and I think there's some toll increases, maybe Indiana. I'm not sure about the Ohio Turnpike. We don't have many toll roads up in this area.
I know. We have a lot of them down here, and from what I'm understanding, they're going up in Tampa, too. So it isn't just Orlando. Miami is kind of staying the same, but the Central Florida Expressway they're the ones that are going to be raising the rates. They haven't said anything about the toll lanes on I-4 where I'm at right now. I'm not in the toll lanes. I don't use them in the morning. I use them in the afternoon sometimes. But definitely the ones that circle Orlando, 417's on the east side, 429's on the west side. And then you got the 408 that runs through the center of downtown. It runs east-west. That one, those three roads are definitely going to be raised up. It's just a few. If you're tolled by plate, it could be up to 16 cents more on it. It doesn't sound like much, but for folks that use it on a daily basis, that can add up more for your cost of your ride. And that's a big concern. Now about your power generation there, a lot of the entities are going to these solar panels and they're going to wind and all that stuff, and I guess that stuff isn't really adding up like they thought it was. But that's one thing that California ended with coal and diesel and all these other plants and got it out. And that's why they kind of do what happens when they have fires out there. And 4th of July, I live in Volusia County. Volusia County, as far as I know, we don't have a burn ban. But Orange County, if you live in Orlando proper, around in that area, they've got a burn ban, so no fireworks. And we've been in a drought, Steve. I don't know if you remember or not, but back earlier this year when we had that really cold weather back in the wintertime, that was not really something that we're used to down here. That started our situation with drought, and it killed a lot of foliage that, just sometimes helps us out, and it messed up a lot of things. And ever since then, even though we get these rainstorms in the afternoon that everybody complains about, we still haven't got enough rain out there to clear up what we need to clear up. And I got a feeling that 4th of July around a lot of Florida there's not going to be fireworks. And we don't need somebody getting stupid shooting fireworks off in the palmettos and set the place on fire. We don't need that. We already went through that in the 90s when we had this kind of a dry spurt like we've got now. So that's something we got to look at. And Steve, did you hear about the lawsuit that Florida had with Roku that was settled out?
Doesn't ring a bell, no.
Okay, well, Florida settled out with Roku. They were going to, sue them because, okay, Steve, so, our kids all use computers nowadays, and as parents, they're supposed to be watching what those kids do and setting their parental controls and all that stuff. Well, Roku and a lot of these companies, even I know you've heard about the Roblox thing that they had down here with a lawsuit with them. But what they're doing is they're tracking the data on where people look and what they do on their TVs, where they watch. It's the same way with a computer. And you're on a computer and you're signed in underneath your profile there. They're tracking where you're going, what you're doing, and all that kind of stuff. Well, they were doing that with children. And Florida didn't like that very well, that they were doing this with children. Now, even though we all know about the Nielsen ratings and all these different services that watch what we do on TV and watch what we watch and all this other stuff, some of it has got to be really paid attention to because there's little folks watching that too. You know what I mean, Steve?
Right. Yep.
And that's Florida put it in, and Roku settled out with them. But a lot of the states, this deal. I mean, have you heard about anything like that up in Ohio?
I can't say that I have.
Yeah. It's something that you don't hear much on the national scene. It's more on the local scene here, especially down here now. Governor DeSantis has been on a rage with this for months, and started out with Roblox. That's a website that you can go to and play games. Okay. And they were just doing a lot of crazy things, and there was a lot of content in there that people didn't need to be seeing at that age. And the state of Florida sued them. And I believe they settled out. Instead of it going to a full lawsuit, they would rather settle out, do it that way, and change the perennial stuff settings on their games and stuff. And also, Steve, talking about games, when these kids go buy these games, you know how they go and get that disc? We've all went down and we looking for a game for our kid, and it's either a disc or a little thing or whatever.
Right.
Sony is not going to have any more physical discs after 28. There will not be any PlayStation discs after 28. And there's talk that the other ones, Microsoft and Nintendo, the Xbox and Nintendo, with their game systems, they are talking about doing the same thing to where you will only be able to get your games on a digital download. You will not be able to get your games on a physical, disc.
Right.
Or a piece. I
don't like that.
Yep. They're going to make it that way. And if anybody out there, I'm not a big gamer, but my son, that's what he does and stuff. But this Switch 2 that Nintendo has, and I know this from a real good friend of mine who has one, everything on there is proprietary to Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
So if they see you doing some crazy stuff with your Switch 2 that they don't like, they can literally shut down your service, and that machine is just it doesn't work. They have the right to do that, and it's in all this stuff that they give you these permissions when you buy those game systems, and a lot of people are not realizing that. So if you go in there and you start monkeying with the machine and you start playing these games and try to beat things, not instead of going through the right way to do it, the machine is actually going to shut.
Right.
It's technically, the service itself is like a lease, like your car, when you lease a car. If they don't see you doing the right thing, we can take that back from you and we can shut your service down and thank you very much for the money that you've paid out already.
Yeah, and if I pay a bunch of money and have like a boatload of digital downloaded games on my system, and computers are not infallible. They do melt down, they do crash. And if my computer crashes, are my games gone?
They sure can. It can happen. And they can auto crash it if you're not doing the copyrights that they want you to, or the rules that they set up in the system.
Mm-hmm.
So this is to be aware when you buy one of these game systems. I don't care if it's the Switch, I don't care if it's an Xbox, whatever it is, please, when you go and you set it up and you look at all these little permissions and all this stuff, the disclaimers and all that stuff, you really need to be reading that, folks. Before you start thinking about these, before you even buy a Switch, if you're one of these guys that likes to, hey, dude, I'm going to cheat the system, you're going to be in a world of hurt with this because they're going to shut you down, man. And, Steve, think about it. Everything's digital now. So like Spotify, I love my Spotify. I can go and listen to anything. But, if there's a disclaimer in there that I do something illegal or I tap on the wrong thing, they could shut me down. And that's not just Spotify. That's iTunes. That's any of these kind of services. Even Amazon Music. If you violate, the music isn't yours just because it's on your computer. What it's doing is loading it to your computer, but it's got a little program in there that says, hey, Philip can use this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that little program can be turned off at any time. You know what I mean? Especially when you end your service. So like if I end my service with Spotify and I have songs that I have downloaded with Spotify, well, those songs under their deal. There's a lot of things that people don't realize when they do this digital download stuff. That's why everybody loves the CD. They love the tape. They love that vinyl. Why? Because they had a copy of that song. And with AI and all this other stuff going on, it's going to be easier to shut it down. It's going to be more control over everybody. Something you never thought about when you got all this stuff over the years, but it's going to happen. So, and as far as that airplane that the president got from Qatar, Eagle, I got great news for you, buddy. It was built in America by Boeing. It's just earlier in the line than the president's plane that's being built right now. So don't worry. That airplane is made in America. It was sold to Qatar and flown from Washington to Qatar. So that airplane is an American airplane as far as its make. Okay, Boeing built that plane in Washington. It's an 800. It's just an earlier version of the one that's coming out for the president right now that Boeing has been behind on forever for some reason or another. But I don't like the handout thing, as Eagle reference there. I don't like that, but you know what?
Obviously, Boeing built it, Qatar bought it, Qatar gives it back to us. I don't know, is it like 8 or 10 years old or something, but it's supposed to be in great shape.
Absolutely. Okay, so what it is the president, they're building one for the president right now. It's been in the works for a long time. These planes it takes years to build sometimes. Okay. This one here was one of the earlier versions of it. It's not a brand new version of it. It's an earlier version of it. It was built in America. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was ordered by Qatar. It was flown to Qatar. Qatar took possession of it, used it for whatever they used it for, and then they gave it back to us. Okay, they signed it over to us. That's all it is. It's all paperwork. Okay, it's an American airplane. It was built in America. There aren't 747s made anywhere else in the world that I know of, but in America. Okay? And if somebody wants to tell me there's another Boeing factory in the UAE or anywhere over in that area, please let me know. But the only one that good old Philip knows is in America. And most of those planes are made in Washington State. Okay? So it is an American airplane. It's American airplane. It's American designed airplane. Now, is everything in it American? Absolutely not. I can tell you right now, some of the semiconductors and some of the other stuff in there were probably made in China and Taiwan and all these other places that are only select to get that units. Okay? There are parts of that airplane that are not American. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the assembly of it, it was assembled here in America. I'm with Eagle. I mean, I'm not fond of the colors of it, but if you look at that paint scheme, and I don't know, Steve, have you ever seen Donald Trump's private plane that he has? His private jet, which is a 757.
Just like from the, I have not seen the interior of it.
That scheme, that paint scheme, is kind of like a reverse scheme of his airplane. The only thing I don't like about the choice of colors on his plane is, and this plane's got it in it a little bit, is the darkness of the color, but they put the dark on the bottom instead of on the top.
Mm-hmm.
On his plane, it's all over the place. I mean, his airplane, his 757, is kind of a dark airplane. The color of it and everything, it's outlined with gold and stuff. It's fancy. I mean, it's probably one of the fanciest private planes in the world. But I'm not fond of that scheme. It's not my forte. You know, I guess because I grew up looking at the baby blues for so many years. That's the scheme I like. But it's like anything else. You just got to get used to it. There is change. You know, we changed it back in the Kennedy era. It's changed now. It changed it back to this now. You know, it's just one of those things. I don't pay the bill, so I don't worry about it as far as me, but I do provide the money for the bill for it, which we all do. So, but nonetheless, the new airplane that's going to be built by Boeing will look exactly the same as this airplane. It's going to have the exact same scheme as far as I know.
So we're not going back to the old blue Air Force One look, huh?
Nope. The baby blue is gone.
I'll be darned.
So,
I didn't realize that. Hey, we pause. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance indicated the U.S. could resume strikes on Iran if a 60-day ceasefire ends without a peace deal. President Trump is not expected to give the order unless necessary. Next steps are being left to Iran. The July 4th weekend means fireworks, picnics, and patriotism. It also means some major discounts for shoppers.
Summer's just officially begun, but retailers are already looking ahead to fall, and you might get some big bargains on things that you will use between now and Labor Day at one of the many long holiday weekend sales. The website Dad Deal suggests you look for discounts on swimwear and other summer fashions, grills, and other outdoor gear. You may find lower prices on major appliances, too. Expert shoppers say to wait on tech, though, with better deals coming during the back-to-school sale, which will begin in a matter of weeks. I'm Daria Albinger.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 13 points, S&P 500 fell 16, NASDAQ lost 173. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind? Losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39driver.com.
We just roll on through the late night, early morning hours, rolling into a Thursday here. On the cusp of Independence Day weekend. Well, a shout out to Jeffrey, who says, "Hi, everyone. Mr. Hahn from Glacier View, Alaska. Checking us out with Facebook this morning. How about that? Yeah, let me see. Glacier View, Alaska. How many hours of darkness do you have this time of year? You know, I know there's those places there in northern Alaska where the sun doesn't set. You get kind of a twilight and then you go right back to daylight. I don't know. Those long days. All right, Philip, welcome back.
Well, if he wants some darkness, come on down here. You can come on down here. We got some coming on. So
Yes, we do.
Spend some time in the dark down here. Hey, this morning's wake-up call was brought to me by ULA, who launched another rocket. So you did a good job. You woke me up. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nice having that little rumble come through the house. It ain't no earthquake, but it's a rumble.
United Launch Alliance. So was that one of the big rockets, or?
Yeah, it's kind of like same on the lines as the Falcon 9 type of rocket.
Okay.
And they had a rocket tonight too as well. SpaceX launched one in California. Not sure what was on either one of those rockets. I know, I think the ULA one might have been another LEO rocket, which is part of that Amazon thing. They're trying to get their satellites up as quick as they can because they got to meet their deal with the government if they don't get their satellites up in time. So they're trying to get them up any way they can. So I'm pretty sure SpaceX is going to be topping a few for them. I know ULA's been doing a bunch because I know they had an engine deal with ULA. And they're still working on their stuff for Blue Origin. They got the pad cleaned off now. Now they're starting in the rebuild process, and that's a good thing. And learn from your mistakes. It just doesn't make me understand. I don't understand why you would fully load a rocket to test the engines. Just don't make sense. You know, and I think that kind of exacerbated that explosion a little bit more than what it needed to be, but that's just my personal opinion. And as far as Artemis goes, the solid rocket boosters are over there now. They're in the process now of constructing them, putting them together in the VAB. They hauled them in on the train a couple of weeks ago. So they're all good to go. And that program is moving along. And it's kind of funny, though, that all that programs are all tied together, Steve. So SpaceX has got to get their Starship right so they can be in line with Artemis. And as Blue Origin's got to get their stuff in line so they can be in line with Artemis, too. So, and they're behind the 8-ball, Blue Origin is. So, but that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate everybody having me, and God bless America, and I hope everybody has a safe 4th of July.
You do the same, Philip. Enjoy your Independence Day weekend. All righty. It's been a few days. Hey, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Yeah. You got big plans, going to blow up all the fireworks you can?
We're going to do our fair share, try to assist.
Hey, I'll put it this way. We have no problems up here in Kansas City land about blowing them damn things up. Shoot, we got green grass everywhere. So we don't have to worry about no communists, whatever, saying we can't blow our crap up. Yeah. I'm sorry. That's where I have a little bit of different idea in that. Because all that is wanting you to come to see them big fireworks. I'm sorry. Them things go up higher than these normal non-commercial grades. And they have, be a hell of a lot closer the further you go. And, you never know where far you go with them damn things. But anyway, not even sparklers. Wow, that sure is a far cry from, But anyway, I was thinking about you a bit ago on your newscast. I forget what 30 it was on. Was talking about sweet corn. It was talking about the sweet corn coming from the Northeast.
Yes.
I thought the best sweet corn came from Olathe, Colorado. Because I've hauled a many a ton of that crap. Well, not sweet corn. But anyway,
Well, they were saying, were they saying the best sweet corn comes from Iowa? Is what they were trying to say, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and somewhere else, sir. I can't remember. I heard Iowa, and I thought there was another place. But they left out Colorado this time. So. But I don't really know. But now, when Trump's got the idea, really, I think that would be the best hooting and hollering you could ever hear coming out of the Democrat Party. Pack that quart full of dyed-in-the-wool conservatives. Because then they can, now what the hell would happen? Would we end up going ahead and having 30 or 40 of them by the damn time the Democrats got done with it? That'd be, it looked like a different congressional bunch, to tell you the truth. But I don't know. And he said that, that would be a fun day to see all them gripe and complain about it. Well, we beat you to it this time. Did I hear? I'm sorry, I'm jumping around tonight for some unknown reason, I guess. Did I hear we're not going to have no big spectacular deal up in New York City when they drop that ball? Is it just going to come down? And
I mean, they're going to, hour after hour, every time zone, respectively, that's a U.S. territory. I think 8 different times they'll drop it. But they made it sound like it's going to be more or less of a broadcast kind of thing. I'm surely there'll be some people there at the midnight hour Eastern time in New York to kick off Independence Day. But I guess it ain't going to be nothing like the New Year's ball drop or whatever.
Well, sir, I was hearing that Mandandini or whatever his name is. He wasn't even going to allow no celebrations up there, and that really didn't help his idea of being mayor up there with me. But then again, he's a whole different cat. But with what Rump was saying about the socialist and his agenda, that's how many mayors are we looking at, Steve, on our next election that's going to be coming out of that? Boy, they've even got a different term for them now. Democrat, socialist, or whatever,
yes.
BS. Like, why are you trying to cover up? Why don't you just go ahead and say socialist? Or well, I heard the other night they were even calling themselves communists. It was like, you're really going to spread your breed that way? I hope this is right. But Vance made a comment. I wish it would just kind of back off of 2028. So damn far away, but so close. Vance was saying the closest one that he could see on the Democrat ticket
AOC.
was AOC.
Yes.
Go
figure.
Hell, we might as well move it out to 2032, but damn time they be able to even try again, Steve. But other than that, by the way, prayers for Rambler and his wife, and no, they're not out of the woods yet, but better than what it started out at. But
right.
Everybody stay safe. Remember, next time we talk to one another, can we at least have all 5 fingers on both hands?
Yeah, don't be doing anything stupid. No launching mortars from the top of your head or laying down, launching them off your chest. I mean, those kind of horror stories. Every year people do stupid things, play stupid games, and in some cases, they don't wake up on July the 5th. Don't play stupid games. You won't win stupid prizes. All right, Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso praising the armed forces ahead of America's 250th anniversary, crediting their sacrifices with the freedoms we all enjoy today. I spoke of America's resilience and strength in a video address before the semi-quincentennial for the Breitbart News American Tributes Project, stating 250 years ago, our founders signed the Declaration of Independence. And they set this nation on a bold path, founded in freedom, opportunity, and the belief that all people are created equal. Since then, America has grown stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous. This year, we continue that work by carrying those same values forward in our states and our communities. I grew up surrounded by family who were no strangers to serve in our country. My dad was a World War II veteran. He fought in the Battle of the Bulge. My father-in-law was a Purple Heart recipient who fought in World War II and Korea. He goes on to say, it's thanks to their service and the service of all our armed forces over the years that America is safe and free today. Growing up, my dad would say, John, you should thank God every day that you live in America. You do not know how fortunate you are. Barrasso said he feels so blessed to serve in the U.S. Senate and to have the opportunity to try to give back to this great country. Now, as the Senate Majority Whip, every time I walk into the Capitol, I'm filled with a deep appreciation for what our founding fathers have built. Even in the midst of the Civil War, President Lincoln continued construction of the Capitol building. He sent a clear message to the country and the world that America is resilient and moving forward. As we celebrate this historic milestone, we also look ahead. The next 250 years depend on staying true to our values of service, hard work, and resolve that built this country. I'm optimistic America's best days are still ahead of us and look forward to helping shape an even more prosperous future for all Americans. Well, that can only happen if we do not allow the Democrat, socialist, and communist to continue being elected and incrementally, piece by piece, beginning to tear this great country down. Just my thoughts.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
All right, back at it here. 844-844-3388. From our friends at Landline this past day. They say with tariffs mostly out of the equation compared to last year, North American freight is way up. However, negotiations over the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, could determine the long-term fate of cross-border trucking. In April, cross-border freight hauled by truck surged by 19% year over year, largest increase since 2022, while the spike in cross-border freight looks good on paper. The reason, a little less impressive. Last April, North America freight dropped by 9% after the president implemented those sweeping tariffs. This April's jump is just more of a correction, they say. Similar spikes in cross-border freight occurred in 21 and 22 after the COVID pandemic sent freight plummeting in 2020. Trucking freight surged the following 2 years. In April of 21, cross-border trucking freight skyrocketed by 77% year over year. A major difference this year is the enforcement of English language proficiency rules. Last April, when the president signed the executive order resurrecting the out-of-service criteria for English proficiency violations, since then, more than 70,000 violations have led to more than 21,000 out-of-service orders, according to the OIDA Foundation. According to Uber Freight, Mexican drivers are scaling back cross-border freight operations for fear of losing their CDLs or visas. Consequently, more freight is being transloaded in Laredo, raising cost by using CDL drivers rather than B1 drivers. Border enforcement is also causing some friction for Canadian drivers as well. Uber Freight points out to their second quarter market update report, shippers are running more mini bids and routing guide resets as they respond to new Canadian tax rules, immigration constraints, and U.S. border enforcement. The pressure is concentrated on lanes exposed to CRA Driver Incorporated, cleanup, and cross-border inspections. This past day, July 1, trade representatives for the U.S., Mexico, and Canada will decide the future of the USMCA. In the first 6-year review, the three countries will decide whether to extend the agreement for another 16 years. If just one does not agree to the extension, annual reviews will be conducted until issues are resolved or the deal reaches the 2036 expiration date. Of course, USMCA provides investors and manufacturers something they need, and that is certainty. Assembly plants, major decisions behind building, distribution centers. These decisions can be based on like a 10 or 20-year timeline. There appears to be bipartisan support for changes to the USMCA. President Trump expressed skepticism over extending the agreement. Meanwhile, Democrat senators have urged Trade Representative Jamieson Greer to take certain actions during the review. Most of the industry think tanks and organizations have stressed the importance of the USMCA, including the Chamber of Commerce, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the Atlantic Council, the Consumer Choice Center. Maintaining and reinforcing USMCA is essential to sustaining economic growth and ensuring North America remains one of the most competitive, dynamic regions in the world, was the word from the Chamber of Commerce. Which brings me to the next story this past afternoon, which says the United States will not renew The USMCA. So I guess it's a done deal. That means it will now be reviewed annually. This is going to fuel uncertainty, as we were just explaining, for businesses in North America, given deep integration across supply chains in sectors like automobiles. The USMCA remains in force for another 10 years, even if not renewed. The Free Trade Pact will instead be subject to annual reviews unless a country decides to withdraw entirely. The United States did not agree to renew in its current form. So as a result, the USMCA is not renewed, according to Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. He said, "We will continue to engage with Mexico and Canada to address the agreement's shortcomings and our trade deficits with these countries." A senior U.S. official tells reporters this past day that U.S. trade gaps were the key concern, alongside market access opportunities in Canada and Mexico. The official flagged tensions in areas like dairy, corn. Mexico's economic secretary went on to confirm, yes, there is an impasse here. The Trump administration's decision not to extend the pact was pretty much expected. President Trump earlier in last month said that it's not looking like we're going to renew. Both Canada and Mexico were on board, calling for a 16-year renewal. So there you go. No renewal. News a service of Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were in Qatar for Iran peace talks, meeting with Pakistani and Qatari mediators instead of Iranian officials. Iran maintained a hands-off approach and refused direct negotiations. A new report says 3 ransom notes in the Nancy Guthrie case are fake.
An FBI source told Reuters on Tuesday that after assessing the authenticity of the notes, they determined that none of them are genuine. 2 ransom notes were reported in early February, just days after the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie disappeared from her southern Arizona home. The first one demanded millions in cryptocurrency, and the second claimed that she had died. The FBI reportedly concluded that whoever wrote the notes did not know Guthrie's whereabouts. It said a third note sent late last month to TMZ Z was also fake. In Phoenix, I'm Mark Mayfield.
President Trump announced he will gather Republicans in Texas for a midterm convention as the party works to maintain control of Congress.
Scheduled for September 9th and 10th in Dallas, the event's described in his Truth Social post as a truly historic event. Trump said he expects Republicans to celebrate what he calls the Great American Comeback, highlighting tax cuts, border security, and lower cost of living. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A DSA candidate wins a primary, and that sparks an immigration debate.
A Democratic Socialist of America-backed candidate in Colorado, Malat Quiros, has won a congressional primary in a long-held Democratic district, drawing national attention for her progressive platform. Quiros has called for an immediate pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants and supports expanding access to immigration and social policy reforms. Supporters say her victory reflects a growing demand for change within the Democratic Party, while critics argue her positions represent a sharp shift towards more left-leaning policies. The race highlights ongoing divisions over immigration, health care, and the direction of the party heading into the general election. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill is warning about extreme heat coming to the Garden State.
Governor Sherrill says the heat is not just uncomfortable, but severely dangerous.
It's the hottest stretch we've seen in over 14 years, and it's extreme heat's the number one weather-related killer in America. More than hurricanes, more than floods, more than extreme cold combined.
She is urging people in New Jersey to stay indoors and check in on their neighbors. Sherrill also said the state is working with local towns and counties to coordinate cooling centers across New Jersey. I'm Lizzie Radeby.
The Trump administration is suing to block California's new ban on the retail sale of Glock-style pistols.
The lawsuit was filed today in Los Angeles. With the lawsuit, the federal government is also looking to prevent the enforcement of the state's handgun roster. The list limits the number of legal guns that people are allowed to purchase. The U.S. Department of Justice says both rules are unlawful under the Second Amendment. The U.S. Supreme Court recently reaffirmed the Second and 14th Amendments protect the right to carry handguns outside of the home for self-defense. It also ruled states cannot prevent citizens from using commonly used guns for that purpose. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A 31-year-old woman survived a 1,500-foot fall on Mount Shasta on Sunday while climbing steep icy terrain. The Forest Service says rangers and a CHP helicopter responded around noon. She suffered a possible broken ankle and other injuries, but otherwise in good spirits. Wall Street closed with stocks lower. At the closing bell, the Dow lost 13 points, S&P 500 fell 16, NASDAQ dropped 173. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There we go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, welcome into your Friday Eve. Second day of July upon us. And I've seen a couple of headlines through the week. Hadn't paid a lot of attention. I guess there's something going around. And at this point in time, the CDC hasn't pinpointed where its origination is. But there's obviously something out there because it's 17 different states and the numbers are rapidly jumping. It's known as cyclosporiasis or cyclosporiasis. Yeah, we have an outbreak across 17 states. Now, I'm looking at this report from Michigan, which says there's, as of Tuesday of this week, the Health and Human Services Department in Michigan alone said they've more than 170 cases across southeast Michigan. Now, it says cyclosporiasis is an intestinal infection that spreads when people ingest food or water contaminated with stool. First thing that comes to my mind is we've had scenarios like this when products, be it lettuce or tomatoes or things that are grown in some of the fields, could be in this country or another, where in some cases the workers actually defecate in the fields. They don't know where or what it is at this point. Now, the state of Michigan says the average age of those infected is 44, but the sick range in age from 8 to 84. They're saying based on the unusual number of cases we've identified in a little over a week, we anticipate additional cases are going to be reported. Now, the big picture. Cyclosporiasis is a diarrheal illness caused by infection with the parasite Cyclospora, whatever the name is there, which experts say is found in developing countries, spread by food and water, again, contaminated with feces. It is not known to spread from person to person.
Downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, back at it here. Whatever the heck it was. There's a hair, a gnat. Something got in my throat. That looks like, hey, I got to get something to drink. Anyway, we were talking to cyclosporiasis. I said timeline. Symptoms occur 2 to 14 days after exposure. Frequent diarrhea, loss of appetite or weight, abdominal cramps, nausea, low-grade fever. They said vomiting is not very common, just a nausea kind of. Now, it says anyone infected who does not get treatment. Health experts say the illness can last for a few days to over a month. The symptoms can go away, then come back one or more times, apparently. It says if you experience sudden, ongoing diarrhea, reach out to your healthcare provider. Symptoms can be improved with an antibiotic. All right, to help avoid any illness from cyclospora or other harmful bacteria, the recommendation: wash all fruits and vegetables thoroughly under running water before eating, cutting, or cooking. Scrub firm fruits and vegetables like melons and cucumbers with a clean produce brush. Cut away any damaged or bruised areas on fruits and vegetables before preparing and eating. Then refrigerate any cut, peeled, or cooked fruits and vegetables as soon as possible. Like I said, the CDC's looking into it, but it's all across the country right now. They're saying these are popping up left and right. All right, back at it at 844-844-3388. Oh, we got Uber Ed, I do believe. What's going on, Ed?
Hey, Steve, how's it going? Hey, when are you going to have Dean Michaels back on the radio?
Oh, we don't have a scheduled time at this moment, but do you have something specific you wanted to ask him about, or?
No, I just need to talk to him because I don't like what some of his employees are doing or have done.
So you got to come.
I had his number, but I can't find it.
Well, I can give you his number. I can pass it on to you.
Okay. I'll email you tomorrow, and then you can email it to me.
You got a smartphone?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm taking your number down so I can maybe text it to you. How about that?
Okay, that works.
Okay. Ed.
You know, I've been with Dean for several years, and it's just some stuff that happened in the last couple of years that he needs to know about.
Okay, something going on with some of the others behind the scenes or something?
Yeah. Some of the stuff they were supposed to do.
Gotcha. Well, I've never known Dean to have a complaint, so I'm sure he'll take care of it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, Dean's a pretty good guy. I like Dean. I've been with him several years and that. And I had one other thing that I noticed. Does that guy that lives around Memphis drives for Kroger's, he live in South Haven or in Memphis?
That's brain dead, and all I know is he's right there in the. I'm not exactly sure, but Memphis is all I know.
Okay. Well, I just, I think he's whining because over Yellow, because the cornflake or CF, they're the ones that really need to be crying about that because they didn't know it was coming down the pike, that they were going to get laid off and that, where Yellow was in trouble for years and years. Why did he stay? It makes no sense to me why he stayed. Now he's going to cry because he ain't getting his money. And I don't know if he knows, but Mississippi and Tennessee are work right states, so the union's not going to do nothing for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, all righty, Ed. I'll get you Dean's number. I've got it down here. Yeah. I guess everyone that worked for Yellow and everyone that didn't work for Yellow. I mean, we talked for 15 years about the plight as the company was making their mergers and acquisitions, USF Holland and then Penn, New Penn, and the whole background of they're voting to allow less of their pension to be contributed. They did everything. The employees did everything above and beyond the call of duty to keep that company alive. Yeah, of course. Spaceman. He said, I saw the handwriting on the wall, and he was one that actually did get out before they went under. That was a good move early on because he's doing well with UPS now. But and I did get to have a chat with Spaceman there at the Mid-America truck. No, not at the Mid-America. He came over to see us there in Mannheim. We're at the world's largest truck convoy, the Mother's Day convoy, here a couple months ago. They doing all right. All right, buckwheat, I do believe. What's happening?
Hey, it's getting hot around here. And I think I know the reason. I was running around New York City yesterday, and I seen Heatwave's company that he drives for, one of their trucks, and I think Heatwave was over in New York City, and I think that's the reason we got this heat around here today.
He brought you a Heatwave.
Yeah, it's all his fault. You got to stay over there in Arizona, come over here to the east. But, I was looking at some of the, I found something on Facebook, some weather, forecaster, and he was saying that the real fuel temperature in Lancaster County, like in Lancaster City, was 105, and then he had a graph there, and Ephrata was 112, and the town of Elizabethtown, which is close to the Harrisburg Airport, they had a real fuel temperature forecast to be 114 today. And he was saying that's all because of the corn sweat. And I guess it's going to get hot today, but, it got hot once before, and, it's no big deal. We'll handle it. We'll sweat and
it's
drink
not
some fluid.
It's not like it's the end of the world. It's not like it's never happened. But what's funny is, they say we could be approaching some near record highs, which means it's been as hot or hotter before, right?
Yeah, I seen a graph that the hottest day on record was 107 in Harrisburg, and I think that was, I'm not sure what year it was. It was like July 3rd or something like that. You know, so, yeah, they're only calling for 101, 102. You know, it's close, but anyhow, hey, we'll sweat. We didn't have 100 degrees for a couple years, so, yeah, it's time. It's time. But, yeah, I was laughing yesterday. I don't know if you got to listen to your newscast, but they were talking about some park or something that some ranger seen people sticking crabs in their clothing and trying to leave the state park with
I
crabs.
heard that, and some woman had one in her bra. I'm thinking, what the?
I was telling this to Creamer Week last night. I thought it was so funny because I can remember when she was nursing and the children started getting their teeth and they would take a chomp down, and I don't know if that crab was alive or not, but I can just imagine what happened when that crab decided to squeeze something, and but yeah. Cream of wheat sort of like stopped the nursing when they started chomping. That was about it. So.
All right.
But anyhow, it's funny. The guy with Uber Ed there was talking about Dean Michael, and he has some issues. But I emailed you. I guess that was Tuesday, I guess it was, and asked you about my son got himself in a situation. He got a 5-figure tax bill from the IRS, and he also got fired. I'm not sure which came first, but anyhow, he needs to get some tax help, and so I gave him that information for Dean Michael, the tax MD, and they contacted him. I would say in an hour or 2 hours. They're pretty quick. Not sure. He needs to get his tax information to them. So, and see if they can help him out. I think my son was trying to file the taxes himself, and I think he made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but hopefully they can correct the mistake, and but yeah, I was pretty impressed with Dean Michael there, and
Dean always maintains if he does the tax investigation thing, so he'll get your son's the pertinent information, name, SS, and all that stuff, and he'll be able to pull up what the IRS has in their files. And to kind of break it down for him. And he does that for listeners of this show. He does the tax investigation for free.
Yeah, well, I told him my son to let him know about the Steve Sommers show, and the guy said, "Oh yeah, we helped Steve Sommers out." So, but so anyhow, that's. If you're going to be doing some fireworks there, this weekend, you should videotape some of that stuff and ask Mario Kart. He loves looking at fireworks. He watching movies of fireworks and stuff like that. So that's one of his favorite hobbies that he likes to do.
Right.
Or anything with lights, Christmas lights, Halloween lights. He goes through YouTube and finds all these videos and keeps watching them. So anyhow, I'm on my way to New York City, and I got my route yesterday, and I came in this morning, and my first stop is not on the truck. They didn't get it picked up, I guess, or it wasn't ready, or I ran into that yesterday at 2 of my stops I went to pick up. No, we're not going to be ready. And so, we'll pick it up today. So I said, one guy said, now you got to have that ready first thing in the morning. And he laughed at me. So there's a bunch of hamburgers I'm supposed to pick up there.
Yeah.
And they sort of run behind, especially the hamburgers. And this time of the year, it's sort of hard to crank them out. I guess Yeah, they get a lot of stuff in from, a lot of meat in from Australia and stuff like that. It comes in big boxes and yeah, they grind it up there, and I think they probably had a little bit of extra curricular activities, you know, some rodents or whatever that they find there, and yeah, I thought they had extra flavor to it, but yeah. So anyhow, I was yesterday. I was sort of stopped in the shop. I said, "Hey, I have frozen on my trailer, and it's only at 20 degrees. It's set for -10." And he looked on the computer. I mean, they can monitor everything, and he said, "Well, it's 20 degrees in the box, but the discharge temperature is 8. So the unit is still working. It's your insulation and the trailer's not so great."
Mm-hmm.
And my trailer's sort of old. But it's a 2011 model, so it's probably the end of its service life. But I sort of like it. You know, it's a 53-foot stainless steel trailer, and I mean, it looks pretty nice going down the road. You know, it's all shiny, and when somebody comes up behind you with their high beams on, they soon turn them off. You know, that's sort of nice. I remember one time I was sitting at a place loading, and the sun was beating down on it, and after a while the people in the office building came out and said, "Hey, could you move? The glare off your trailer is blinding us in the office." I said, "Well, I'll move once they load me here, but, you know, there's not much I can do about that." But, you know, and so anyhow, they sort of let me know that I may not get a stainless trailer again when they replace it. So I guess they're a little bit more expensive, but they sure do look nice. But, yeah, so anyhow, we'll get this done today, and I sort of volunteered to work tomorrow on my off day, so I don't know if I'll work tomorrow or not. If not, then I'm off for a 3-day weekend, and we'll do it again next week. So that's all I have. So we'll speak at you later, Steve.
Hey, enjoy your Independence Day weekend. You and Mario Kart as well. Okay, so I think this is one of those, Brain Dead's like on his second weekend day of the week. Yeah, on one day, off the next. On one day. I was going to ask him about Kroger, the announcement. Kroger is buying regional grocer and pharmacy retailer Giant Eagle. A deal valued at $1.65 billion, they say. Giant Eagle, that's not something in our area, which is privately held. 197 supermarkets and 11 standalone pharmacies. Give you more on that coming up here. First, we hit the bottom of the hour. News break time once again. Plenty of room for you, but 844-844-3388. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body.
No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were in Qatar for Iran peace talks, meeting with Pakistani and Qatari mediators instead of Iranian officials. Iran maintained a hands-off approach and refused direct negotiations. Qatar's foreign ministry said no direct U.S.-Iran talks were scheduled despite a 60-day negotiations window. A new report says 3 ransom notes in the Nancy Guthrie case are fake.
An FBI source told Reuters on Tuesday that after assessing the authenticity of the notes, they determined that none of them are genuine. 2 ransom notes were reported in early February, just days after the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie disappeared from her southern Arizona home. The first one demanded millions in cryptocurrency, and the second claimed that she had died. The FBI reportedly concluded that whoever wrote the notes did not know Guthrie's whereabouts. It said a third note sent late last month to TMZ was also fake. In Phoenix, I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, so back to Kroger Giant Eagle. Interesting. We had several years where, the big Albertsons merger was supposed to take place. I guess antitrust didn't let it happen when all was said and done. Giant Eagle across northern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, and Indiana. Of course, Kroger with thousands of stores. under various brands: Ralph's, King Soopers, Smith's, Fred Meyer. The transaction includes $1.25 billion in cash and the assumption of approximately $400 million in outstanding liabilities, according to yesterday's announcement. Giant Eagle is well-run, high-quality regional grocer with a strong reputation for fresh produce, products, pharmacy, private label, and customer loyalty. According to Kroger's CEO, we evaluated the opportunity carefully, and the strategic fit, he says, is clear. Now, Greg Ferrand is the current Kroger CEO. He's a former Walmart executive who was named Kroger's CEO back in February. He has a reputation as a tech-savvy, detail-oriented leader. Kroger and Giant Eagle said that they anticipate having to divest a limited number of Giant Eagle stores to get the necessary regulatory clearance for this transaction. So they said deal is expected to close sometime next year. Kroger stock fell nearly 3% before the market opened. So we'll see where that goes. That's a pretty big deal, though, $1.65 billion. Hey, we're back at it here. Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to finish talking about Trump, and then finish talking about Trump, and then say one other thing about the football, the World Cup that's going down. As a matter of fact, I'll start with that first before I get back to Trump. Yeah, the World Cup soccer tournament is still going on.
Mm-hmm.
Mexico, they won their game last night. They got it. They play again on Saturday, I think. And the United States team won again today. They won their game, and I think I don't know who they play next, but they got a game. I think they probably play Sunday or either Monday. The U.S. team, so they're having a good. The U.S. is definitely doing better than what they normally do in the World Cup. I don't think they're going to win the championship because there's teams way better than them. France and Argentina are probably the two best teams going right now. So it'll be tough for the U.S., but at least they're putting on a good showing for right now.
Mm-hmm.
They made it to the top 16. I think it's 16 teams left now. Like I said, I don't really like football that much. My girlfriend like it, because she's from Mexico. I like American football better than the football. I think American football is the real deal. But some people think that the soccer or whatever you want to call it is better, but a better game. For me, I don't think so. But like I said, I keep up with some of the scores of some of the teams. But as far as another sports deal, Steve, is in NASCAR. They are racing this week, even though it's a holiday. On Sunday, they'll be in Chicago racing on Sunday. So at least we got something to look at this weekend. On Sunday when I'm at home, they'll be racing on Sunday. So I don't know what time that starts. It might be 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe, but they do have a race going on, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Get some entertainment this weekend, car race. Now, like I was saying before, Steve, with Trump in this plane, I remember back in 2016, and when he was president, and then going all the way back to really then because he was the president. When he would hold rallies and stuff around the U.S. a couple of times, they would park the airplane right behind the podium where he was standing at, the old plane that they just getting rid of. And that was one of the beautiful. Like I say, I love those colors. Like I say, I wish they would have painted it red, white, blue. A bright red, not this red that Trump got. Like the American flag. I wish that's what they would have done if they were going to change the colors. But that old plane, that baby blue was a beautiful color. And like I said, it stood out, when he used to hold rallies around the U.S. and he would fly into the stadium where he was holding a rally and fans would watch him as the plane was landing. It was a beautiful plane. So I hate to see it go away. But like I said, like Doug said earlier, like I told you, Steve, nowadays, I'm trying to go all American on just about everything I do and buy. It's hard to do now in America because we've been sold out so much. But I try to buy American products as much as I can. Trying to support the American workers and people. Because we need all the help we can get. So, like I say, I want everything. Like I told you the first time, I want everything to be built in the U.S. if I had it my way, so Americans can prosper and make the money. But unfortunately, it's not like that. We've been sold out. But like I said, this is the 250th anniversary. And something, Steve? I've told you this in the past. Have you ever noticed, Steve, when you hear these Democrats talking, these communists, such as the AOCs, the Mondamis, the Chuck Schumers, the Oprah Winfrey's, the list goes of Whoopi Goldberg. Have you heard any of those people say anything good about the 250th and have said God bless America and the U.S. is the greatest country in the world? Have you heard any of them losers say that, Steve? I haven't.
I don't listen to them much. Don't pay any attention to them. But of course, I haven't. No.
No. You won't hear those people. Those people are not proud of the United States. Just like I forgot who I heard say that today. See, somebody said the exact thing I said on the radio, some talk show. He was, I think, Stephen Miller, another rep. He was talking about some of these people, and they despise, they steal their children. Like I told you last night, they tell their children and these kids in school that the United States is stolen property, that the U.S. doesn't belong to the people that are here now, that we're living on stolen land, and they hate your country that you live in. And this is the way these Democrats, socialists, whatever the hell you want to call them, this is the way they talk. They're not proud of the United States, Steve. I guarantee you won't see a Democrat nowadays with an American flag nowhere on his home or his car or nothing. They just live in the United States. They hate this place, and they want it to change to allow people that don't belong here, illegals and criminals, the whole deal. They despise this country as being freest country in the world. And it's really sad that these people don't appreciate the United States. But like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, they're not going to stop me from celebrating on July 4th. I promise you that. I don't care about no Democrat or social or whatever you call yourself. This is my country, and I'm proud to be here, and I'll be proud to the day I die to be an American in the best country in the world. I see that shirt you got on tonight, because I got it on YouTube, and I know you proud to be an American, Steve. And don't never let nobody take that away from you, Steve. I always tell people that you're proud to be living in the best country in the world. And if they don't like living here, as my old saying goes, Steve, if you don't like living in the USA, brother, my last words is there's planes, there's ships, there's all kind of transportation leaving the United States of America. Find one and get the hell out of my country. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, Mr. American Eagle, the Patriot, yes. Great to have you with us. Hey, how about a shout out to 5-7 this early morning, who a couple of minutes ago said, if I make it to the 5th of July, it'll be my 2-year anniversary after his, Widowmaker heart attack. And I don't know. You'd have to say maybe divine intervention. His better half had fallen. So there were emergency responders, already, on the scene. So he was able to get pretty much instantaneous help. Nonetheless, almost didn't make it through. All right, good to have you with us, 5-7. Scott, in regards to Air Force One, says, I will respectfully disagree with those who would rather have the baby blue Air Force One. I didn't realize that. He said it's a disgusting reminder of our involvement with NATO. It's not baby blue, it's NATO blue. The red, white, and blue scheme on the new aircraft is far better, and it is flag blue and flag red, and I believe that's gold pinstripe, of course. Okay. Good deal. You learn something new every day. All right, a couple of industry headlines. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. A sad start to the day yesterday in Pennsylvania, where a Pennsylvania state trooper with Troop L was performing a roadside commercial vehicle inspection when he was struck by a second commercial vehicle. After hitting the trooper, the second commercial vehicle struck the vehicle that was being inspected, causing a fire. The trooper succumbed to his injuries sustained in the crash. The commercial vehicle driver who was being inspected at the time was also hospitalized. Investigation is ongoing there. Yeah, so prayers for the family members of that trooper who will not be having probably a very celebratory Independence Day weekend. Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got our fair number of listeners and drivers out there, some with 4, some with 5, some have reached 6 million miles. And, we always try to give a tip of the hat for those who are successful out there in the trucking industry. According to, I believe, CDL Life yesterday said the Texas grocery chain, H-E-B, celebrating a company truck driver achieving a major safety milestone in his decades-long trucking career. H-E-B announced that Jose Luis Jaramillo reached 4 million safe miles, becoming the 4th truck driver in that company's history to reach that mark. Celebration was held at H-E-B's Walesko Retail Support Center to honor his achievement, having driven trucks for 36 years, averaging about 115,000 miles per year to reach 4 million. Initially started his employment at H-E-B as a warehouse worker, then transitioned to trucking when a position opened up. Achieved 1 million safe miles December of 2000 after almost 10 years with the company. According to the Senior Vice President of Transportation at H-E-B, JJ's achievement is a testament to his professionalism, commitment to safety, and dedication. Yet reaching 4 million consecutive safe miles is a milestone few drivers in the industry will ever accomplish. We're proud to celebrate this historic achievement. JJ said it's a crazy feeling. Hard to explain. I just love to work and drive. I love to drive the big truck. I guess I've impacted more people than I realize. That feels awesome. So there you go. Tip of the hat. Congratulations. 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, here and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm not seeing all the details, but as Eagle mentioned earlier this morning, kind of watch your six, as they say, if you're going to be in large public gatherings, which there will be a ton of them this weekend, celebrating our 250th. Just as the planned but thwarted attack there in our nation's capital for the celebration with the UFC fight a few weeks ago. I see reports coming out of Las Vegas where they have arrested a suspect that had a stockpile of weapons at Henderson Casino. Apparently, a former spouse told police they were concerned that she intended to commit either suicide by cop or carry out a mass shooting. Now, at first glance, first when the headline says a Henderson woman, apparently it's just one of those deals where it's a woman that wants to be a man. Got hair down to the belly button, but nonetheless, they're saying it's actually, one of those kind of deals. But apparently, yes, a large cache of weapons had been stockpiled. We'll learn more about that. Well, I guess it was kind of a hot sauce situation, a semi-leaking hot sauce. It was a spicy situation at a Central Ohio truck stop. Berkshire, Sunbury, and Trenton Fire Protection District responding to a report of a semi leaking something onto Interstate 71. Eventually, the truck pulled off the interstate into the pilot truck stop, and firefighters followed the trail. The mystery fluid turned out to be a trailer full of 40,000 pounds of Frank's Red Hot Sauce. The one that I put that on everything. Firefighters said this is one of those careers where you never know what you're going to encounter. The Columbus Dispatch reports the containment pools and other hazmat methods were used to respond to the leak due to concerns about the hot sauce going into maybe local water sources. They did say the trucking company would be responsible for the cleanup of Frank's Red Hot Sauce. I put that on everything. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. I would have to follow a story like that. But anybody likes the hot sauce, you all can have it. But what I wanted to I want to talk about with Independence Day coming up, something that a lot of people that are not thinking about. We're not showing gratitude. We're not being thankful for. And you may not have everything you want, but if you've got a roof over your head, clothes on your back, food in your belly, and right now you can travel between different states, not have to stop at a border checkpoint. You can travel between different towns. You can live in different parts of the country, and not be questioned, and not have to have permits and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, people need to be grateful for that, because there's a lot of people around the world, they don't get that luxury. They don't have that opportunity, and and we need to be. People that went to socialism, a lot of them, they're not thinking about it. What are they going? What do they want to give up? What do they want? It's not the billionaires and the millionaires that's going to be giving up something. It's going to be us. And whether it be our taxes or some of our freedoms, and people need to be thankful, need to be thinking about that, and thankful for what they got.
100% Eskimo Mom. Like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of like born in the USA, having an opportunity to live in this country or legally immigrate to this country. It's like hitting the lottery. Freedoms that many people, and if you pay attention to all these World Cup stories where people that are coming in from other parts of the world, seeing what it's like in the heart of America, saying they had no idea.
Yeah, Brain Dead's been sharing those stories with me that he's been finding, and it's just wonderful. Those folks are reminding us that, hey, we've got it, we have got it good. And we need to enjoy that. We need to be thankful for it.
Yep. Very good. So you're gonna have to be delivering the groceries right on through Independence Day, I guess, right? Everybody wants their hot dogs and hamburger buns. All right, Clear Line's final hour just ahead. 844-844-3388 News, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit x39driver.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. and Iranian negotiators met in Doha, Qatar for talks on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran focused on control of the key waterway while the U.S. pushed to keep commercial shipping flowing after weekend flare-ups disrupted traffic. Iran claimed authority over the route, long considered international waters. The Supreme Court will determine whether AR-15 and similar rifles are protected by the Second Amendment.
The justices will hear arguments during their next term on challenges to bans of the weapons in Connecticut and Chicago. The National Shooting Sports Foundation says 32 million modern sporting rifles are in circulation nationwide. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Russian intelligence claims Ukraine linked to drug cartel routes.
Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service is alleging that the Ukraine is being used as a transit route for Mexican drug cartels seeking to access the European market, though it has provided no independent evidence to support the claim. The report suggests cartels may be exploiting weak border controls and wartime conditions to expand distribution and recruitment networks. Ukrainian officials have not responded publicly to the allegations. The claims come amid ongoing geopolitical tensions and increased U.S. pressure on drug trafficking organizations in Latin America as officials on all sides continue to trade accusations over global narcotics trade.
The private sector added 98,000 jobs in June, most of them in healthcare.
That's according to Wednesday's report from payroll processor ADP. It's a bit lower than market forecasts of 110,000 new jobs. Aside from healthcare, trade, transportation, and finance also saw growth. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower at the closing bell. The Dow dropped 13 points. S&P 500 fell 16. NASDAQ dropped 173. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
21 people have been arrested during a child sex abuse sting operation in Washington State.
Washington State Patrol says Operation Guardian was coordinated by the Missing and Exploited Children Task Force. Edmonds Police and Snohomish County law enforcement agencies helped arrest suspects. The primary crimes included attempted rape of a child, commercial sex abuse of a minor, sexual exploitation of a minor, and unlawful possession of a firearm. I'm Brad Ford.
Several mobile community health clinics are open in Los Angeles in the wake of the Lineage Logistics warehouse fire.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass made that announcement on Wednesday. The free pop-up clinics will serve residents affected by the Boyle Heights warehouse fire. Health services include asthma and breathing assessments, eye and skin irritation evaluations, and mental health support, among others. KTLA reports the city's partnering with St. John's Community Health, Ultimate, and Clinica Romero. Bass was also asked about how long it would take to get rid of the stench coming from the rotten food still in the warehouse. KTLA reports Bass says they're waiting on company officials to get back to them, but possibly a 45-day timeline. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Beach Lost Boys co-founder Mike Love is listing his Lake Tahoe mansion for $43 million. The 19,000 square foot 3-story home has 10 bedrooms and 12 bathrooms on 2.5 acres. It features a recording studio, wine cellar, poker room, and panoramic lake views. Love and his wife have owned the property for over 40 years. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We're now at a part of the pulling season where we have a big hook every weekend. Last weekend at the Macville Nationals in Seymour, Wisconsin, 4 classes hit the track. Welcome to the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. The 4 classes were full of pullers. On Friday, 60 hooked to the sled. On Saturday, 55 pulled. 5 mini-modified pullers had to make a regional hook Saturday for the WTPA. Friday, the Profab Machine Superstock Open class win went to Cody Cheezick with a huge hook of 342. Second was Aaron Hall, and third went to Scott Wentworth. On to the A to Z molding four-wheel drive trucks. The top 3 were basically in an exact tie. First went to Derek Timmer with a hook of 341.95. That's right, we went out to the decimal points. Second with the hook of 341.01 was Tommy Corsa, and third went to Jim Holman with a hook of 341 even. What a great class. On Friday, the AP1 Insurance and Premier Crop Mini Modifieds win went to Butch Poland aboard Bullhauler. Second was Renee Theobald, and third went to her son Grant. The Unlimited Modifieds had another win for the Theobalds, with Doug taking the top spot with a hook of 301. Second went to Adam Bauer, and third was Joe Ader. On to Saturday. The AP1 Insurance and Premier Crops Modified Minis had Brian Guza picking up the win over Troy Arnett and Adam Bauer. The Profab Machine Superstock Open Tractors went for Scott Wentworth on top of Aaron Hall and Terry Blackburn. The A to Z molding four-wheel drive trucks had Tommy Corsa improving a spot on Friday to get the win over Rob Foster and Taylor Corsa. Finally, the Unlimited Mods had some big numbers. David Richardson went 359.98, barely getting past Adam Bauer and his hook of 359.37, and 6 feet behind was Joe Ader. This weekend is a big hook. The Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals hit Toma, and it's going to be a big weekend of big horsepower. Over 3 days, there are 5 sessions of polling, with each having at least 4 Grand National classes. If you can't make it to Toma, need not worry, Full Poll Live will stream every session. After this weekend, the Grand National Tour takes a little bit of a break with a number of regional hooks until the second weekend in July. With upcoming polls in Rushville, Indiana, Marion, Ohio, Dorr, Michigan, Arcola, Indiana, and Elk Grove, Iowa, there is definitely a poll for you. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Shout out to our friend Don, a.k.a. Flying Too Low, delivering the airplane props. All right, happy 4th weekend to everyone out there. Got 3 pickups in Tennessee today to wrap up our week. It is summertime in Mississippi. No doubt about it. You mean the heat is on, right? There's Truck and Phil. Happy, terrific Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. How about a big shout out to the retired knucklebuster and all the veterans out there? Get her done. All right, looks like another warm one. 76-93 the high for it rains, 76-89. And a chance of thunderstorms for Newaygo, Michigan today. All right, be safe out there today. Have a great 4th Independence Day weekend celebration. God bless all, and Semper Fi. Thank you much. Truck and Phil, you as well. Enjoy your weekend. All right, as we get our final hour off and rolling, it's 844-844-3388. In light of the, well, for some it was a surprise, for others not so surprising, Supreme Court ruling there on Tuesday. Michael Schwartz offered up an opinion piece this past day, as so many others have, stating, the Supreme Court seems to regard the Constitution as designed to benefit everyone except Americans. But that's okay, for the Constitution is above the Supreme Court, and we, the people, are above the Constitution. We created it, so we can amend it, or we may instruct our elected representatives to make it effectual via laws and executive actions. With that in mind, with Tuesday's Supreme Court erroneously ruling that the Constitution's 14th Amendment applies to foreigners who exploit it to order to just secure birthright citizenship for their children, President Trump's Justice Department issued a memorandum emphasizing the need to prosecute these birth tourism schemes. I am directing all United States attorneys and the criminal division to work with the Department of Homeland Security to prioritize the investigation and prosecution of birth tourism schemes, from Deputy Attorney General Colin McDonald. In that memorandum that went to all Department of Justice employees, McDonald also identified 3 recent examples of birth tourism schemes originating in different parts of the world and already illegal. Then he encouraged prosecutors to seek additional penalties where possible. While many of these cases are prosecuted as visa fraud, prosecutors should consider whether other federal statutes are violated as part of these schemes. The Deputy Attorney General then suggested other charges such as wire fraud and conspiracy to commit wire fraud, money laundering and conspiracy to commit money laundering, unlawful use of means of identification, aggravated identity theft, conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud. In other words, Trump's Department of Justice announced a serious crackdown on these birth tourism schemes. And what perfect timing. After all, the Supreme Court ruled Tuesday that all children born in America enjoy citizenship under the 14th Amendment. That includes children of illegal immigrants and others who commit fraud. Now, the first line of the 14th Amendment reads, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Of course, those words, written shortly after the Civil War, referred to the newly freed slaves. They rendered moot the Supreme Court of the United States 1857 Dred Scott decision, which held that black people could not obtain U.S. citizenship. Somehow, Chief Justice John Roberts Associate Justice Amy Coney Barrett and the 3 liberal justices interpreted that amendment to mean anyone born in America, even those whose mothers traveled to the U.S. under false pretense and in violation of immigration laws, may enjoy U.S. citizenship. Meanwhile, Justice Clarence Thomas wrote a scathing dissent. The good news, as always, is that the sovereign people and their representatives may act regardless of what the High Court rules. For the Constitution created the Supreme Court, not the other way around. It created that court as a co-equal branch of government, not as the final word on the Constitution's meaning. Thus, the proliferation of birth tourism schemes amount to a problem, but the elected branches of government may address that problem, notwithstanding the lies taught in schools. Congress and the president have the right to interpret their own powers under the Constitution. The Supreme Court can neither enlarge nor diminish those powers. In other words, congressional and presidential acquiescence, not the Constitution's text, has allowed the Supreme Court alone to determine the Constitution's meaning. Congress and the president, therefore, must act. After all, we, the people, have decided that citizenship actually means something, regardless of what the Supreme Court of the United States rules. Yes, time for Congress to act and clarify the 14th Amendment. It can be fixed. If conservatives win the midterm, it is 844-844-3388. I believe Vic joins us here on a Thursday. What's happening, Vic?
Well, that was one of the things I called about. I'm sorry to say that Chief Justice John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett are both Hoosiers. I don't know exactly where they studied that. I think Amy Coney Barrett, I think she went to law school at Notre Dame, and I really couldn't tell you where Chief Justice John Roberts did. All I know is his dad was over the Gary Steelworks whenever he was growing up for USS Steel, and then I think they moved away or something. But anyway, the simple fact of the matter is that there are 2 types of citizenship. There's a Latin term for it, but you can either have where you're born in that country, you can have citizenship, or if you're born anywhere in the world, you're a citizen of the country from which you originated and your family originated. But after that 14th Amendment was passed, we had a Chinese exclusion policy to where the Chinese couldn't get citizenship, and that went on for quite some time. And there was I forget what that, well, I'll probably mess it up, but anyway, I think it was Wong Kim Ark or something like that. And her parents were here in the United States, and they were Chinese subjects, but she was born to them, and therefore she wasn't subject to the Chinese jurisdiction. And I believe, anyway, the Chinese child got citizenship. And the other thing is that the Indians in this country, from which we displaced and fought wars with, they were not taxed on the reservations and stuff. They had their various Indian nations, and they were not considered citizens because they were considered subjects of the Indian nation, and they never got their citizenship until the 1929 Indian Citizenship Act.
I think somebody, Scott, had chimed in here just a few minutes. He said, fun fact, despite people believing the 14th Amendment applied to everyone, did you know it did not apply to all the American Indians? A special law had to be written So that was true, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, very much. You can go back and look at the 1929 Indian Citizenship Act, and the Indians were considered a totally separate nation.
Wow.
And they even fought the Indian Wars and everything else. So, I didn't hear that, Steve. I just
no,
I
I just got that message a moment ago. Yeah, that's the first I'd mentioned to that. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So the reason that the former Negro slaves got their citizenship at the end of the Civil War, America bought what's now Liberia in Africa and offered to transport them back to Africa if they wanted to go back to Africa. Some went back to Africa, and then they wanted to come back to the United States after they went back to Africa because they felt things were better over here, plus they had their freedom. But they were subject, when it said subject to the jurisdiction thereof, of all the different Negro babies, slave babies that had been born over here, they were subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because they had the fugitive slave laws and some other things, and they could also go to court if they could get a white person to side with them to basically accuse the slave masters of their plantation owners of anyway of violence against them, mistreatment was what I was trying to think of. And then, so therefore, they were subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And somewhere along the line, after the Civil War, and they were arguing about subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, there was a court case, and I can't tell you what it was, but they decided that since people that were here, like on tourists or anything else, they had to obey the laws of the United States, and that meant subject to the jurisdiction of, and that's stretching it pretty thin. No matter what country you're in, you have to obey their laws. So that was just one brief part of it, and there was a whole lot more to it. You can't just run across the border, drop a baby, and say, well, that's it, because essentially those people that have came here illegally and shouldn't be here, you've seen how much fuss they've kicked up now when they're just trying to send these people back and say, no, you have to do this right. And for years, anybody entering any country illegally could be prosecuted for not having, for lack of a better term, proper papers to it. So I just kind of, when they came out with that decision, you can look all this up on the internet, and it'll have it right there. So it's like, you guys have all these law books, and you have the cases. They talked about British common law. That British common law, that just defined what a citizen was. And right after the Revolutionary War, George Washington had his set of spies. And you look in the Constitution, it'll detail who all can, be here, be a citizen, and also vote. You had, at the time, you had to be white, male, 21, and a property owner to even vote in the United States. So that's that to say that decision was more than just a little bit surprising to me. And like I said, I don't know what everybody was looking at. I know they had people camped out outside the Supreme Court. I don't know if the violence kind of frightened some of the justices or what, but I still think that's something that will come up again. And if they, just because the Supreme Court said that, I haven't read the opinion. I'd more Trump if he can read through all that legalese. I try, but I usually go to something that's called, legal clarity or something like that, because whenever those judges and everything write an opinion or make a decision in court, they have to write it all in the proper legal terms. And as you know, that legalese, heretos and therefore and all that stuff, it has to be read a certain way. to make sure that it'll have legal standing. So, but the simple fact of the matter is, American citizenship is not for sale, and it's not just one great big broad interpretation of it. And I was really surprised how those suggestions come up, and I found out that, and I found it kind of interesting that Clarence Thomas, he was opposed to that opinion because he felt that the American citizenship also meant something. And as you know, he was against the Equal Opportunity Commission or whatever it was. When he was head of that, he wanted to shut it down. And the reason that he wanted to shut that down was, he has a law degree. I think it's from Yale or whatever. But anyway, when people looked at him and he had all these various positions, they thought he got it because of the Equal Opportunity Commission and all those quotas and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he just wanted to shut all that stuff down so people would feel like that he got where he was by legitimate effort. So it was kind of interesting looking at that. And I don't know that much about Amy Coney Barrett, but I know that Chief Justice Roberts, he was pretty much, I would have to say, with his dad and the position he had growing up, he was probably fairly privileged. And the other thing is, he was a Bush appointee, and the Bushes are all into New World Order, and part of the New World Order and the United Nations is we have to all be one big happy family all around the world. And that isn't about to happen. So, but the other thing, real quick, I seen one of the Democrat socialists this morning said, we're not communists. Well, anybody, they're following Mark's order. And I've seen a clip, you probably seen it too, about Joe Kernan on CNBC. Asked a person, said, well, where's this worked before? And they got mad and wouldn't answer the question. And it's a pertinent question, what model are you going to follow and where's it worked, But they won't answer that. And this morning, I forget which news program it was, this one person said, that was a claimed Democrat socialist, all these people win, and says they keep calling us communists, and we're not communists. And I said, well, if you're following Karl Marx, at the end of all the Karl Marx studies, he wrote the Communist Manifesto, and there have been some other Mao and Stalin, they had their versions. But the other thing is that the German language itself, it is very confusing, because you have that die, der, das, feminine, masculine, and neuter. And depending on how you write the same thing, that changes. And Karl Marx, I tried to read the German version one time. I couldn't stand that because it got, Karl Marx was a very clumsy writer, or hard to read, I guess. And at the time, Engels, a guy by the name of Engels, was with Marx, and Engels' dad had various cotton mills, wool mills, whatever, there in England. And then later, Marx and Engels parted company. And then when Marx got kicked out of Germany and came to England, Engels even turned his back on Karl Marx. And Karl Marx's handwriting was so bad that he couldn't even get a job anyplace. He tried the railroad, and Karl Marx had actually married into German royalty from the von Schoven family. So I really wonder how much those people really know about the person that founded that their thought, or I really don't even know what their whole thought is. They won't really lay it out. But the one thing that struck me as odd was out there in California, when this person had very little knowledge and all this other stuff, actually won an election, won the primary.
Another one of the Democrat socialists. Hey, we got to pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. and Iranian negotiators met in Doha, Qatar for talks on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran focused on control of the key waterway while the U.S. pushed to keep commercial shipping flowing after weekend flare-ups disrupted traffic. Iran claimed authority over the route, long considered international waters. The Supreme Court will determine whether AR-15 and similar rifles are protected by the Second Amendment.
The justices will hear arguments during their next term on challenges to bans of the weapons in Connecticut and Chicago. The National Shooting Sports Foundation says 32 million modern sporting rifles are in circulation nationwide. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Russian intelligence claims Ukraine linked to drug cartel routes.
Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service is alleging that the Ukraine is being used as a transit route for Mexican drug cartels seeking to access the European market, though it has provided no independent evidence to support the claim. The report suggests cartels may be exploiting weak border controls in wartime conditions to expand distribution and recruitment networks. Ukrainian officials have not responded publicly to the allegations. The claims come amid ongoing geopolitical tensions and increased U.S. pressure on drug trafficking organizations in Latin America as officials on all sides continue to trade accusations over global narcotics trade.
The private sector added 98,000 jobs in June, most of them in healthcare.
That's according to Wednesday's report from payroll processor ADP. It's a bit lower than market forecasts of 110,000 new jobs. Aside from healthcare, trade, transportation, and finance also saw growth. I'm at Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower at the closing bell. The Dow dropped 13 points. S&P 500 fell 16. NASDAQ dropped 173. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
21 people have been arrested during a child sex abuse sting operation in Washington State.
Washington State Patrol says Operation Guardian was coordinated by the Missing and Exploited Children Task Force. Edmonds Police and Snohomish County law enforcement agencies helped arrest suspects. The primary crimes included attempted rape of a child, commercial sex abuse of a minor, sexual exploitation of a minor, and unlawful possession of a firearm. I'm Brad Ford.
Several mobile community health clinics are open in Los Angeles in the wake of the Lineage Logistics warehouse fire.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass made that announcement on Wednesday. The free pop-up clinics will serve residents affected by the Boyle Heights warehouse fire. Health services include asthma and breathing assessments, eye and skin irritation evaluations, and mental health support, among others. KTLA reports the city's partnering with St. John's Community Health, Ultimate, and Clinica Romero. Bass was also asked about how long it would take to get rid of the stench coming from the rotten food still in the warehouse. KTLA reports Bass says they're waiting on company officials to get back to them, but possibly a 45-day timeline. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Beach Boys co-founder Mike Love is listing his Lake Tahoe mansion for $43 million. The 19,000 square foot three-story home has 10 bedrooms and 12 bathrooms on 2.5 acres. It features a recording studio, wine cellar, poker room, and panoramic lake views. Love and his wife have owned the property for over 40 years. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Shout out to our friend Mark, across the pond there in the UK, who says, I just wanted to wish everyone in America a happy Independence Day from over the pond. You kicked us out 250 years ago, but you sure make us welcome now. God bless America. How about that? Yeah, 250 years. All right, real quick, let me get back and finish up with Vic there. We were talking about the Democrat socialists who continue to win these primaries around the country.
Right. And, the thing out there at Denver, out there in Colorado and all that, of course, when Colorado legalized marijuana a few years back, that kind of brought a different type of character to that state. But the other thing is that, that's there in the Rocky Mountains. And that there's a lot of the, what's called the NORAD stuff, and it's in the mountains there, and has to do with NATO and everything else. There's a lot of high security places right around there, along with the Air Force Academy and everything else. And military, I was trying to think of the Army base that's out there. It's a big Army base. And, whenever the government takes over a portion of a state or anything of that nature, they pay what's called the tax equivalent. So I don't know how much money they pay the various jurisdictions that those military installations are in, or government installations are in. But it has to be pretty substantial. And whenever one of those government installations move out or anything of that nature, then that state is suffering a loss of revenue. So when I looked at that, I just kind of wondered, what if the federal government decided that particular Democrat socialist or their idea was hostile to the United States government, and they just decided, the federal government just decided they'd quit paying that tax equivalent thing. And then, like I said, the whole thing, you can't get those people to pin themselves down. But today, the person that said, well, it shouldn't be today, yesterday, that said that they were not communist, and it's like, well, Karl Marx was, and he wrote the Communist Manifesto. And when I was trying to read that, I remember it said, we will make use of the scientific socialist, and he named all the different socialists. Mm-hmm. And of course, for people that don't know it, Hitler was a socialist. His version of socialist was National Socialism. And so it's a big long German word, and that's why people just called it Nazi. But anyway, there's various schemes that they call socialist, but basically it just all seems like it boils down to, there will be a small group of people at the top. They will get all the benefits, and everybody else will just suffer equally in all the misery. Yeah. So I really don't know where these people are coming from. The only difference between the socialism and the communist is the communists, they just say, well, the government controls everything and the government owns everything, and you don't, and the individual doesn't know anything, and everything's always run by the government. Mm-hmm. And just real quick, the last thing that I can really remember that I was familiar with that the government ran was a house of ill repute out in Las Vegas, fell behind on their taxes, and they went broke running that. Now, I don't know how you do that, because That usually doesn't happen,
Mm.
but the government and IRS managed to happen.
Wow.
So,
And of course, all these supporting, the quote Democrat, socialist, communist, they're simply blinded to the fact that they don't believe what happened, say, in Venezuela. They don't believe that could happen here, because they're told our socialism is a different type of, it's Democrat socialism. It's not the same. Our form of socialism can work. But for whatever reason, uneducated, blinded, simply don't care, refuse to admit the truth. Socialism has never been successful in any country. All right, back to under industry headlines. This past day, interesting how a closely watched test of broker liability in the post-Montgomery era just disappeared before it started. C.H. Robinson is out as a defendant in the Florida lawsuit brought by the estate of Fanolia Joseph, one of the three people that was killed last August when Harjinder Singh made that illegal U-turn across multiple lanes of the Florida Turnpike. A court document filed Friday in the 19th Circuit Court for St. Lucia County removed the broker from the Cantalar versus Whitehawk Carriers, the case that was built around Singh's fatal turn. Joseph's estate voluntarily dropped C.H. Robinson from the suit after reviewing the broker's evidence. The company's defense never wavered. Whitehawk Carriers was Singh's employer at the time of the crash, had not been an approved C.H. Robinson carrier since late January of 2024, and was blocked in the broker's system from booking any load, according to the chief legal officer. When the suit was first filed, C.H. Robinson did not broker or arrange that shipment, nor was it involved in the situation of the trucking company that moved the shipment. It also pushed back on any suggestion of double brokering and any commentary suggesting that C.H. Robinson may have been involved through a double brokerage arrangement. That is false as well. So the dismissal matters beyond one broker's reputation. Montgomery versus Caribe Transport gave plaintiffs a clearer path to argue broker liability in these carrier selection cases. And this crash, with its high public profile and the undocumented driver holding a California CDL, looked like it could become the next data point. Instead, the case proceeds without a broker defendant at all. Now, Singh is still jailed awaiting trial on 3 counts of vehicular homicide, but the legal question of how far Montgomery extends to brokers, at least for the moment, stays unanswered for now. Brokers should read this as a validation of hard system controls, not a sign that the liability pressure is easing. C.H. Robinson won this fight because it could prove with system records that Whitehawk was blocked from booking freight. Any broker without that kind of documented enforced vetting trail undoubtedly will still be exposed the next time a fatal crash lands in a post-Montgomery courtroom. Okay, interesting there. So they had the documented proof, I guess. Meanwhile, a midnight mover.
Hey, Steve, hope you have a good 4th of July, and everybody else does too. On this democratic socialism stuff, a lot of people wondering where the money's coming from. Has anybody, you don't hear much about it anymore. You remember the thing called the Bilderberger Group? Used to meet like once or twice a year in the Colorado area. Very few people was invited.
I think they still have an annual gathering. Yeah, you've got Yeah, the new world order groups. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's where a lot of the money's coming from for these candidate stuff. And about 30 years ago, I seen stuff like this coming on the scene, in the local races and the state races and stuff like that. And that's when a lot of the Bilderberger stuff was really starting to be, coming out, and people started looking more at it and everything. And I hope it don't come to that, but I actually come up with a slogan back in those days that said, "Welcome to the socialist states of America." And I hope it never comes to that, but it looks like it's getting closer and closer every day.
Sadly, it is. It surely does.
And maybe we need to take a lesson from who was that one guy that used to say, "Wake up, America"?
Earl Pitts, American.
Earl Pitts. That's it. I hope everybody has a good 4th. Thank you, Steve.
All right. Midnight Mover, thanks for checking in. Yeah. God rest Earl Pitts. Wake up, America. Pitts off. All right. Small town Indiana. Greenfield, Indiana. Police arresting a Fresno, California driver, Deepak Kamur, age 31, after recovering nearly $2.9 million worth of tungsten oxide powder that was stolen in a June 25 Pennsylvania cargo theft. Officers stopped the wanted tractor trailer on I-70, then obtained a search warrant confirming the trailer had the stolen 40,000-pound shipment bound for Mitsubishi Materials Corporation in Japan. Police said Kumar used fraudulent documents to obtain the load, now faces a Pennsylvania warrant for theft by unlawful taking and criminal use of a communication facility. Brokers and shippers moving high-value freight, we can't verify carrier identity against confirmed contact information, not the paperwork that is presented when they come to pick up. Very reminiscent of the bourbon that was stolen there in that. Was that a Pennsylvania heist a few weeks ago? All the documents looked authentic until the 18,000 bottles of bourbon were out, and away it goes. Let me see here. I get a final timeout. Blind Man got you coming up. He's got some thoughts, I believe, on the Supreme Court ruling. All right. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit x39driver.com. BlueParrot.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Rolling into a Thursday, second day of July. Let me see. Just ignore them. Chimed in. Talking to Mark, said, have a pleasant summer over in Blighty. Perhaps you can attend another truck show. Maybe stop by, see Steve at his booth, have a short interview. I'm sure the trucker guys will buy you lunch. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Then he went on to ask, what was the driver's name that drove into the Pennsylvania State Trooper yesterday? There was no name given in the story that I had. And that was yesterday morning. Yeah, state trooper doing the commercial vehicle inspection. I know, 5-7 says that's why doing those roadside inspections, they're so dangerous. How many law enforcement, commercial vehicle inspectors, tow truck operators lose their life right there on the side of the road? Why can't we get them on up like to the next safe haven, as they say? Good question. Hey, good morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I'm going to make this real quick about the Supreme Court ruling. I'm just wondering how these people are going to be intercepted when the plane lands. And the Democrats are going to throw a monkey wrench into it and not cooperate whatsoever in the blue states. But I wanted Midnight Mover triggered my memory. There was a movie that came out in 1986. It was a made-for-TV movie called America with a K, and it showed how the communists took over and what life was like. It was an eye-opener at the time, and maybe you can find it on YouTube, the movie, and watch it. I read the book, and it was quite interesting. It was called America with a K.
America with a K, okay.
Yes. And it was a made-for-TV movie. They ran it the last week of February, I believe, 1987.
Mm-hmm.
But it was an eye-opener, and unfortunately, these young people never lived through the communist threat as many of us did back in the 50s and 60s. and with the Soviet Union.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's really scary about these young people. And the Democrats, they might as well be. Well, they say they're socialists, but when it comes right down to it, they're really communist. Especially that guy up in New York, Mandani.
Yeah.
As a local talk show host would say. That was so funny how he says it. Mandani.
Say, your old pal 5'7" gives you a shout and he said, hey, blind man, keeping an eye on things, seeing better than most liberals.
Yeah, that's true. Anyhow, I'm going to call the Baltimore station. We're Nick and I are really trying to get you on that station.
All right. Well, do your best. Keep up the effort. I mean, I don't know. Persistence pays. What was the old try, don't succeed, try again? Is that
exactly?
Is that the idea? Yeah.
Because what they carry, Dumb and Dumber, all they do all night long is talk to each other, and they don't take any calls. And I've told a lot of my friends to listen to your show. You're far more interesting. It's fun to hear the truckers calling in with their 2 cents worth. And like I said, we're trying to get your show on WCBM.
Thank you so much. Well, blind man, thanks so much. I guess we'll talk at you after our 250th birthday here in America.
Yes, have a happy 4th and have a 5th on me.
A 5th. Have a happy 4th and a 5th on me. Okay. All right, Thursday. So things do begin to get busier out there on the interstates today and especially Friday. Yeah, severe thunderstorms here for the day ahead. According to AccuWeather, projected to occur from central Ontario and southern Quebec, again into northern New England. Like another round, mainly during the afternoon and evening hours. Further southwest, maybe some thunderstorms developing over the southern part of the Appalachians, the Piedmont, and the Tennessee Valley could become severe for a time here Thursday. Further west, a broad area of severe thunderstorms is forecast, stretching from eastern Montana and much of the Dakotas into northern and eastern Nebraska, central and southern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, and much of Iowa. You notice the heat domes beginning the process of moving south, breaking down a bit as we look toward Friday. Locally severe thunderstorms likely across much of that same area, but then extending or expanding into all of Wisconsin, northern Missouri, northern Illinois, much of Michigan, and northwestern Indiana. All that along the northern side of the heat dome. Storms will be roaming the southern side as well, along the southern edge of that heat dome, although the direction would be more of a east to west movement. Clusters of thunderstorms periodically moving westward from the Atlantic coast to the northern Gulf Coast. Primary threats, locally damaging winds and torrential rain, coupled with some flash flooding. The heat dome does begin to finally weaken over the Independence Day weekend. For some, that'll bring a bit of a break to the severe weather, but we'll close it out there here on a Thursday. That will kind of wrap it up for this week's Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we have the Independence Day weekend being recognized here and at Hot Shot Secrets for Friday. Be safe, safe travels, have a great weekend, and should be back here with you on a Monday morning for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.